never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Flight 1 medevac, I got no traffic here, so just let me know what you'd like to do. We just had a crash on runway 23 here. Flight 1 medevac, just so you are, there's people outside walking around the aircraft there.
Yeah, we've got it. The aircraft is upside down and burning.
Delta says that 18 people were injured following a flight from Minneapolis that crashed and then flipped upside down while landing at Toronto Pearson Airport. The airline said the flight was carrying 80 people in total, 76 passengers, 4 crew members, 18 taken to hospitals, no fatalities. Israel is set to receive 6 more hostages held by Hamas.
Sources told NBC News that in addition to these 6 hostages, Hamas is expected to turn over the bodies of multiple hostages on Thursday. Of the 33 people set to be released in the first phase of the ceasefire deal, 6 living hostages and 8 dead ones remain in the hands of Hamas. Every previous release of Israeli hostages has been accompanied by the release of dozens of Palestinians detained in Israeli prisons. I'm Brian Shook.
Hundreds of CDC disease detectors are fired in another DOGE downsizing move.
They got their walking papers by email Saturday night, those emails citing poor performance, even though most of the CDC researchers who were purged had excellent performance records. DOGE had told the CDC it planned to eliminate 10% of its staff and that more terminations are coming. The CDC is responsible for protecting our nation against dangerous disease threats and responding quickly when they do arise. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
A bird flu vaccine for chickens now has the green light. The Department of Agriculture gave conditional approval to Zoetis, a company which began updating its vaccine back in 2022. Millions of chickens have been killed to stop the spread, causing a massive spike in egg prices. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout.
For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality.
700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
43-year-old Carlos Jose Ayala Morales was accused of touching children back in 2014, convicted in 2018, sentenced to 7 years in prison, and released last year, but never registered as a sex offender. Police say then he went on to grope a 7-year-old girl in the Houston area on January 27th, a mere 11 months after release. And now he's a wanted man, but officials don't know where he is. Sex crimes attorney Neil Davis spoke with KTRK.
I've handled lots of failure to register cases. I've never seen anything like this.
KTRK reports that it appears Ayala Morales' registration was submitted in February 2024, but diverted due to human error and never processed. Victims were not notified of his release.
That is very concerning. I don't know how that would have happened here. Someone really dropped the ball.
He's been accused of touching 10 children in total. Advocates on both sides of the issue are reacting to a new bill introduced in the State House this week that, if enacted, would require all Georgia's public schools to display the 10 Commandments. Backers of House Bill 313 say such displays would enhance students' social growth and promote good values. Critics argue that any such display is a clear violation of the separation of church and state. AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline is up a little bit, up to $3.16 a gallon. Most expensive gas can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.20, while Jones County, Mississippi is down to $2.52. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I started going cold turkey. Well, at least when I'm in the car.
I know I shouldn't do it, but it's so hard to stop. That's why I hide it.
Do it all the time. I stopped by locking it in my glove compartment.
My friend used to do it way too much. Now, I turn it off when we're in the car.
My solution is simple. I just don't do it.
There are lots of ways to stop yourself and others from texting and driving. How will you stop? Tell us at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Just like that, that's the way we close out a Manic Monday. Say farewell, stick a fork in the greatest day of the week. You made it through, we're going to make our way into a Tuesday. As usual, from time zone to time zone, It'll be the 18th day of February. Short month, of course. Just 10 days left in the month of February. All I know is that means we're one day closer to spring. And that can't get here soon enough. Everybody talking about the cold. Come on, somebody shut the barn door up there in Canada already. But first things first, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secrets studios. All right, we've got some clouds at this hour, 16 degrees. Outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. What we know at this point, though, is more than 65 million Americans have been issued some sort of cold weather alert encompassing 13 states from Texas to Minnesota. Yeah, the extreme weather, freezing rain we had seen to parts of Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia. Yeah, the flash flooding we saw over the weekend. 13 is now the death toll. Yeah, Governor Beshear said on Monday all of Kentucky still has standing water in different areas. Over 300 roads still impacted, in some cases closed. Yeah, everyone be careful. The flooding was so extreme in Detroit, Michigan. People had to be rescued from their homes. Frozen cars now in Detroit stuck in icy floodwaters. Water standing at least 2 feet high in some areas. Kind of locked in. Yeah, we got the polar vortex, the cold air around the North Poles, pushing down deep into the south. Now, in a normal winter, the polar vortex is stretched into the U.S. maybe 2 or 3 times. This will be the 10th such event this winter alone. And this one is set to be the coldest. Everything, all the stars aligned, all the wind directions in the atmosphere, dragging that cold polar air out of the Canadian Arctic. It is the depths of winter. Everything signals extreme, biting winter cold. Obviously, this is not the first polar vortex, but it looks to be the most severe. Temperatures are expected to plunge to minus 45 degrees with wind chills in areas including northeast Montana and North Dakota. The wind is going to make the temperatures even lower. Yeah, areas in North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota facing extreme cold warnings. I'll tell you what, we have seen numerous extreme cold warnings over the last several weeks, mostly confined there to the northern tier of the country. Tonight, we've got extreme cold warnings stretching from the Canadian border deep into the heart of Texas. In other words, extreme cold warnings from the Dakotas, much of Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and yes, as I said, deep into the heart of Texas. We've been talking about the caboose, the tail end of the string of winter storms that are moving from coast to coast over the last several weeks. Winter storm warnings are now in place through a good chunk of, say, the eastern 2/3 of Kansas, north central, northeast Oklahoma, the northern half of Arkansas, southern Missouri, the southernmost reaches of Illinois, southwestern Indiana, a good portion of Kentucky. From west to east, it's only the northernmost counties that look to see winter weather advisories. Some of the heaviest snow in the Ohio Valley will be falling right in the heart of Kentucky. Yes, areas where they just endured the incredible flooding over the weekend. Can you imagine being without power, the extreme cold settling in, and a swath of 3 to 6 plus inches of snow? Eventually, we'll see some of those warnings extended over to the eastern seaboard. Right now, there are winter storm watches for the eastern half of North Carolina, eastern Virginia, into southern Maryland and southern portions of Delaware. This big storm that is going to be tapping, of course, the bitterly cold air bringing accumulating snow from the central high plains to the southern Appalachians into the middle portions of the week. Some of the snow blanketing, as I just mentioned, areas hit by the deadly flooding from the storm over the weekend. Yeah, Monday morning, we started off the greatest day of the week, snow blanketing areas from western South Dakota to northern Missouri and portions of Iowa, riding along that boundary, separating the frigid air to the north and the more mild air to the south. You're looking at winter travel along portions of I-29, 35, 70, and 80s over the Central Plains through the night tonight, Monday night. Yeah, the dry, powdery snow will bring 3 to 6 inches to the Omaha, Nebraska area. But this is only the first leg of the storm. The second and heavier round of snow and ice is going to set up further to the south over the plains, reaching into the mid-Mississippi Valley between Tuesday and Wednesday. It's going to begin tapping into moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. So that's going to cause the snow area to expand and become heavier. We're talking a broad area, 6 to 12 inches forecast to fall, extending from eastern Kansas to much of central and southern Missouri to northeast Oklahoma, northern Arkansas. Some areas likely over the Ozark Mountains could see 20 inches. A heavy, plowable snowstorm is in store for Topeka and Wichita, Kansas, St. Louis, Kansas City, Springfield, Missouri, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Fort Smith, Arkansas. This will result in substantial travel disruptions, significant blowing and drifting of snow, reducing visibility, creating near blizzard conditions in some of the open areas there. Accumulating snow will also spread eastward across the I-70 corridor of the Ohio Valley. Light snow and slippery conditions as far north as Interstates 80 and 90. We're talking an icy mess in store further south from near I-20 and I-40 in the southern plains to the lower Mississippi Valley. Storm will continue to move east over the mid-Mississippi Valley, spreading some locally heavy snow in those areas that were dealt the deadly flash flooding over the weekend. We have ongoing secondary river flooding that's going to persist through much of this week. Little Rock, Arkansas, Nashville, Memphis, Tennessee, you're talking maybe 1 to 3 inches of snow. Much of Kentucky, 3 to 6 inches. Throughout that zone, from the central and southern plains to the Tennessee Valley, plunging temperatures will lead to the freeze-up of any slushy or standing water areas. The cold will become so extreme in the wake of the storm that there's going to be the risk of pipes freezing, water main breaks. Your traditional ice melt and rock salt may be pretty much ineffective for a time in the wake of the storm, with temperatures dropping into the teens, single digits, and even below zero in many cases. Now, the snow and plunging temperatures just adding to the hardship of those who have lost family members, homes, and businesses in the flash flooding over the weekend, as well as those still trying to recover from Hurricane Helene back in late September. Now, this storm will continue from Wednesday into Thursday as it regains strength along the Atlantic coast. They tell us at this point a swath of heavy snow and ice will extend from the Carolinas to Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, Delaware. Just how much snow falls on the mid-Atlantic, depending on the exact track and strength of the storm. Still a bit of uncertainty. Will it sweep off the eastern seaboard and head far enough off the coast, or rather turn further north and bringing more like nor'easter and nearly blizzard conditions to some areas further to the north, there in the northeast? Wow. Busy weather pattern, but round the country, how we doing? Hope your week's off to a good start. It's 844-844-3388. Hello from Philly Dan. You know, the people that change names on everything from military bases to the pancake syrup sure seem to be mad about this Gulf of America thing. Anybody noticed that? Yeah, of course. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Hello, Pappy. It's 2 for Tuesday. 16 degrees on the Cruiser Dash. That means it's cold. Well, still, stay tuned. Steve will advise just how cold it's going to be in your area. Got any questions? Feel free to dial it up at 844-844-3388. Yeah, call in twice if needed. It's 2 for Tuesday. Hammer down, keep it between the spotted and the solid. Keep your powder dry and stay safe out there. All right, there's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down, 20 degrees. Winds are still blowing in the northeast. Yeah, things will begin wind-wise to finally to settle later in the day today. But yeah, the windy conditions continuing through much of Tuesday. Tapeworm, where you at? Shreveport, Louisiana, 42 degrees. Got a load of cable reels headed for Baton Rouge tonight. And back out to Midland, Texas. Stay safe out there, drivers. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Roy in Northwest Illinois. Good evening. We are -3 at this hour, with the wind feels like 18 below in Northwest Illinois. Brr, throw another log on the fire. Well, happy Taco Tuesday, Brain Dead. We finally got through a manic Monday. It's going to be a long night as it's a Laurel, Mississippi run. I did listen to the replay. I have a question I want to throw out there to the masses. I'll check in later in the program. However, in 2 days till spring training starts, 36 days till opening day for baseball. And we can't forget, 18 days till the NHRA Gator Nationals to start off a new season.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, of course, I hope you're treating that diesel fuel. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with Winter Defense. You're needing that all the way down into the deep southern portions of the country. And you may contemplate double treat when you get up into those northern areas with the extreme cold in the Dakotas, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota. My. You do not want to find yourself gelled up trying to get out there under the hood to unscrew a filter and get things ungelled in these kind of temperatures, frostbite in a matter of minutes. Especially in those places with the 40 to 45 below wind chills. Let me see here. See what's going on with the CNI dog as we kick off a new day. Good morning.
Good morning. I want to be the first one to say, how you doing, Steve?
Hey, we're doing
second,
well. Cold, that is for sure. How about you?
I'm on the turnpike. I'm thinking we had lake effect snow somewhere between the 70-mile marker and the 90-mile marker. It's a fine, light snow, but it's coming down at a decent clip for a while there, so covering the roads. There's overhead signs that say the salt is not effective at these temperatures. So drivers, you might see salt trucks, but that doesn't mean it's working. So you got to be careful. When you get past the 103, for the most part, it looks pretty dry on the pavement, but subject to change, and boy, we're prohibited.
Yes, sir.
I thought you were going to break out into song, Steve. You kept saying, deep in the heart of Texas.
that is true. Hey, somebody did write a hit song out of that, didn't they?
They sure did. I thought you were going to break out in the song. Other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Had a little bit of trouble over my Friday, Saturday. I had an airline snap underneath the dolly of the set of doubles.
Yeah.
That's the thing in between. So it sidelined me. I was a lucky man. I got to pull off into a exit ramp area on the bridge. And then he says, yeah, it's a simple fix. It took him less than 5 minutes to fix.
Wow.
And then I had to stay in the hotel because my hours were a little bit too tight. So after 10 hours, I woke up and finished my run. But other than that, I had a pretty good weekend. Got my 34. And I'm back out here doing it again.
Another day in paradise.
Yes, sir. I'll be calling you again this week. Maybe twice on Monday. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you very much. CNI Dog. Have a great night. Do appreciate. And by the way, thanks. You sent me a link, which I did share via my Facebook page this past day, kind of referencing some video that has surfaced. A couple of individuals we would all recognize, the faces and the voices, bringing up some ideas that the current administration is actually implementing and doing. It was none other than Barack Obama and Joe Biden years ago, promising they were going to open up the books and go page by page and line by line and remove unnecessary spending, wasteful spending, weed out the fraud for an efficient government. Yeah, boy, oh boy, that was a great idea. They never did it, of course, but it is being done now. And with each passing day, the latest that is uncovered by DOJ, it's just mind-boggling. The numbers, we got some numbers from Social Security fraud. Unbelievable numbers of billions and over a 10-year period. We're talking trillions of dollars in fraud and waste taking place. I mean, we're talking numbers to the tune, if they weed all this out, the whole discussion about Social Security being broke, here by 2030, I lose track of the years. But this could shore things up for a much longer period of time. We'll delve into some of those numbers coming up here. Back to Buckeye Boy. Where are we at? Checking in from Victor, Idaho tonight, where it's 26 degrees. Grandkids had a great time skiing Monday. Matt said it was one of the steepest slopes he's ever been on. And he's a really good skier. We'll be headed out early this Tuesday to do an all-day snowmobile trip. I'll post some pictures and videos when I can. Probably not going to have much of a signal out there in the middle of nowhere, but everybody have a great night. Be careful. All right, a wintertime vacation. If I had my druthers, I'd be headed for the beaches somewhere in the Caribbean or Florida. But in some cases in northern Florida, it's cold even on the beaches. They've actually, let me pull it up. We've got hard freeze warnings there in south central and southeastern Georgia. Frost advisories extending down into the northern reaches of Florida tonight. Yeah, the colder air is yet to sweep in, but we'll give you more on that coming up. Mr. Jack checking in for Lexington, Kentucky, the horse capital of the world. We're at 24, partly cloudy, looking forward to another great show, Steve. Everybody share, comment, call, spread the word. Pappy says, I say once again, it's freaking cold out here. Jeez. Hello to Daniel, morning from the bitterly cold North Dakota. We're 25 below zero by New Salem. Hopefully anybody that's up here is stocked up on their Hot Shot Secret and the number one fuel. It's too cold to be sitting in a truck that will not run. Make sure you got plenty of the Hot Shot Secret to keep you running there. That's what, the advice. Thank you, Daniel. Hello, Gary. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Happy Taco Tuesday. There's Mary Ann in the house tonight. Rock Pick checks in. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers. Right now, we're 12 degrees at the Rochester International Airport. All right. Happy Taco Tuesday, all you hard-working Americans. Remembering what real winter looks like right now. Watch out for the other driver and stay safe.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Lifeline 1 medevac, just so you are, there's people outside walking around the aircraft there.
The aircraft is upside down and burning.
Delta says that 18 people were injured following a flight from Minneapolis that crashed and then flipped upside down while landing at Toronto Pearson Airport. 76 passengers, 4 crew members, 18 taken to hospitals, no fatalities. Israel set to receive 6 more hostages held by Hamas.
Sources told NBC News that in addition to these 6 hostages, Hamas is expected to turn over the bodies of multiple hostages on Thursday. Of the 33 people set to be released in the first phase of the ceasefire deal, 6 living hostages and 8 dead ones remain in the hands of Hamas. Every previous release of Israeli hostages has been accompanied by the release of dozens of Palestinians detained. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout.
For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality.
700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take take it to Shai Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shai Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shai Diesel has you covered.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Have you seen this? It's a couple of guys you know very well, in power for a very long time, who appear to be fans of Doge before there was ever a Doge. They made all the promises, said what they wanted to do, and they seem to be in support of what's being done now. Do me a favor, follow if you like what I laid down. Let's watch this together.
Budget reform is not an option. It's a necessity.
The American people are entitled to transparency.
We can't sustain a system that bleeds billions of taxpayer dollars on programs that have outlived their usefulness or exist solely because of the power of politicians, lobbyists, or interest groups.
They're entitled to be able to figure out where their dollars are going, and they're entitled to accountability to make sure that we're using the dollars for what we said it was for.
We are going to go through our federal budget, as I promised during the campaign, page by page,
line by
line.
Right.
Eliminating those programs we don't need and insisting that those that we do need operate in a sensible, cost-effective way.
What should be easy is getting rid of the pointless waste and stupid spending that doesn't benefit anybody.
We hope to be instilling an entire new culture that not only our administration, but every succeeding administration will in fact pursue.
No amount of waste is acceptable.
I agree with them wholeheartly. Of course, they never did it, and then they blew government up and spent even more money. I mean, heck, the second guy in his 4 years, what, $7, $8, $9 trillion? I mean, come on. So now you've got an organization, Doge, that is under the current president, and they're actually getting it done, and people like those two and those who follow them all disagree with it. Why? In fact, they're attacking it. Make sure you follow. Make sure you share this. Everybody should see it. Make sure you like and comment. Come on. Have you? So
you heard it straight from the horse's mouth. Yeah, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, side by side. No amount of government waste is acceptable. We're going to go page by page, line by line, and make sure the money's going to where it was intended to go. As Joe said, of course, they never did it.
And now the left is going a lunatic, bat crap crazy, seeing as we do have an administration that's doing it. Latest developments. Here on a Monday, the acting commissioner of the Social Security Administration, Michelle King, has left her job. Why? Well, because Elon Musk and Doge, she don't want to be held responsible. There was, I don't know, I guess, who was guarding the hen house? There was nobody in charge at Social Security. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt defending Musk's efforts, saying President Trump directed him and Doge to identify fraud at the Social Security Administration. Now, at this point, Sunday, she said they haven't dug into the books yet, but they suspect there are tens of millions of deceased people who are receiving fraudulent Social Security payments. Doge is aiming to identify duplicate payments, ending them, identifying payments that are going to dead people, protecting the integrity of the system. What they tell us this past day, it is far worse than anyone anticipated. As they investigate Social Security fraud, Social Security database, these are the numbers of people, and they break down each age category with the death field set to false. Musk started out posting an image of a chart that has age brackets going all the way up to 369 years old. The information shows millions of individuals listed in some of the more unlikely brackets. For instance, 4.7 million people are listed ages 100 to 109. But it gets worse. 3.6 million people listed age 110 to 119. 3.4 million ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people ages 130 to 139. They're not alive. 3.4 million ages 140 to 49, and 1.3 million ages 150 to 159. The figures continue, although at lesser numbers, on those supposedly in their 200s. Still on the lists, 1,039 listed between the ages of 220 and 229. There was one listed in the age bracket 360 to 369. Maybe Twilight is real, and there's a lot of vampires collecting Social Security, said Musk. Yes, there are far more eligible Social Security numbers than there are citizens in the United States. This might be the biggest fraud in history. As we look into this, this kind of coincides with remarks he made last week, stating at the time, so crazy things like cursory examination of Social Security. We've got people in there that are 150 years old. Do you know anybody that's 150? I don't. All right, they should be in the Guinness Book of World Records, or they're missing out. So that's a case where I think they're probably dead, or they should be very famous, one of the two. And there's a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. According to the data from the Pew Research Center, there were roughly 101,000 individuals who are 100 years or older in the United States last year. PolitiFact spoke to the Social Security office and said they offered two possible explanations. One is that government databases may code someone as 150 years old for reasons peculiar to the large, complex Social Security database. They admitted that improper payments have long been a concern, but maintained they comprise a small share of the payments. In other words, the concerns were not put to bed. As they conceded, improper payments are an issue. Other possible explanations include, They got multiple fields for birth dates listed, as well as a standard coding procedure, according to the outlet. Under the international standard code called ISO 8601, a missing value for a date is coded as May 20th of 1875, because that was the date of an international standards-setting conference that was held in Paris, known as the Convention de Méridor. For that reason, under some coding systems, a missing value for a date will default to 1875, which in the year 2025 produces a round figure of 150. That's just one example of the potential fraud that exists in the system that we're trying to weed out. Democrats have attempted to use fear as a tool, scaring seniors into believing that Trump wants to dismantle Social Security, which is anything but the case. First of all, let's remember, Trump has promised he's not going to affect the payments and the process for Social Security and Medicare for seniors in America. And so, he made that promise. All right, Breitbart News posted that there's fraud in both Medicare and Social Security that needs to be discovered. And those discoveries, he said, will only help the programs in the long run. Medicare in particular has a huge amount of fraud in the system. You could strengthen and protect Social Security and Medicare by probably 20-25% of all its funds by going after the waste and fraud. There are billions of dollars in checks that are going out to people that either are not U.S. citizens, in other words, do not deserve it. So I think what you're going to find with Doge and what's happening with Elon and his team, they're going to find all kinds of abuses, particularly inside Medicare, that's going to provide more funds to give to the people who are actually in need. This, he emphasized, will help guarantee that Social Security and Medicare last longer and are funded longer, and they'll be able to do that without cutting a single dime from people's benefits. All they have to do is go after the fraud. Now, wait till we get to the Medicare and the organized crime where crime syndicates, literally overseas, that are getting payments out of our taxpayer system. All right, here on the news break, one of the breaking stories over the past evening, another airline incident, this time north of the border. 18 injured, amazing, no fatalities. As the plane, a Delta flight, crashed on the runway at Pearson International Airport a little before 2:15, actually, in the afternoon, that involved Endeavor Flight 4819 arriving from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Images show the plane on its roof on the tarmac. In one audio recording we heard in the break, reviewed by CP24, air traffic control is heard saying the aircraft is upside down and burning. All arrivals and departures were shut down for hours, forcing the diversion of hundreds of planes. However, the Greater Toronto Airports Authority confirmed flights in and out of the airport resumed at 5 o'clock this past afternoon. In a news conference this past evening, the airport CEO, Deborah Flint, called the response to the crash textbook. We are grateful there was no loss of life and relatively minor injuries. Now, there were some updates posted through the evening. Some of the key details, the flight was carrying 80 people, 76 passengers, 4 crew. 22 Canadians were on board the flight. They initially said 3 people, including a child, sustained critical injuries. At a subsequent update this past evening, they said they are not aware of any critical injuries. 2 runways remained closed at the airport. Airport officials warning there could be further flight delays over the coming days. They did say they will provide an update at some time here on Tuesday. Aviation expert John Cox said the CRJ-900 is a well-built plane, despite it being launched in 2001 by Bombardier. Data from the Aviation Safety Network shows 0 fatalities from more than 100 incidents involving the aircraft over the past 20 years. It was certified to high standards both in its structural strength and ability to get people out in a hurry. So it was a well-built plane experienced in a very traumatic event, and the emergency evacuation design and certification worked exactly as it should have. All these people coming to rest with their seatbelts on, dangling, of course, having to release and kind of fall to the ceiling to get out the emergency exits. A little after 8:20 this past evening, Toronto Pearson Fire Chief told reporters it took 6 fire engines from Mississauga Fire Services, 2 district chiefs, and 18 paramedic units from the Peel region to handle the incident, on top of the help from the airport staff. He said, upon arrival, my team conducted fire suppression. Self-evacuation was already taking place. We believe all emergency response went as planned. Of course, we will conduct a review. He said it would be inappropriate to comment or speculate on the cause of the crash at the current time. What we can say is the runway was dry and there was no crosswind conditions. They had that one other person has been brought to a local hospital, pushing the number of injured to 18. One survivor, John Nelson, who was in the 10th row of the plane, said that there was mass chaos following the crash landing. Coming in, it was routine, but it was noticeable that the runways were kind of in a weird condition, he said. When we hit, it was super hard, hit the ground, and the plane went sideways. I think we skidded on our side and then flipped over on our back, where we ended up. After everyone disembarked the plane, he said there was another explosion, although fire crews were quick to douse the flames, but it was mass chaos. I was upside down, a lady next to me upside down. We kind of let ourselves go, fell to hit the ceiling, which was kind of a surreal feeling. And everybody's just like, get out, get out, get out. We could smell the jet fuel. He says, it's amazing we're still here. And I guess, yes, that is true. We'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, Shorty is on board. Back in the saddle again, as he says. 95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. 41 degrees. It took the long weekend to get the taxes done. I guess got some money coming back. All right, me and Babby had 4 doctor's appointments. It's been 3 months. I've been to my urologist, had blood work done, checked the PSA for the prostate cancer. Went from a 5.2 to a 3.7. Not supposed to be over 4.0, so that's good. Heads up, me and Bambi had our DOT physicals. I got a 2-year, but Bambi only got a 1-year due to a prescription she takes that the DOT has put on a new list for only a 1-year DOT card. That prescription is sertraline, which is a generic for Zoloft. Interesting. So Zoloft added to the list where you only get a 1-year medical card. Okay, that's very interesting. Thanks for the heads up. 32 below zero, Glen Ullin, North Dakota. And that's without the wind chill. Definitely got to be prepared if you're going to be out tonight. Wow. There's Bob, a.k.a. Hillbilly Bob, checking in. 7 degrees here on I-69 in Angola, Indiana. Happy Tuesday, Mr. Summers. Uncle Chops in the house. Chops as in guitar licks, not pork chops. Although I won't turn them down either. I'm a retired driver. 1971 to 2022. Whatever happened to get run over by the truck just before the commercial? All right, yeah, we don't have the sound effect there, but you remember those days going back in time. Rubber Duck, howdy from beautiful downtown LaPorte, Indiana. Home, thank goodness. Man, what a sucky day trying to load and get delivered. More snow tonight and more extreme cold weather tomorrow. I need a vacation to Hawaii. All right, there's Jeffrey in Florida. Morning, Steve, the Overnight Family. Love your weather forecast. Sunshine checking in. We are 17 degrees. Wilmington, Ohio. All right, it's a cold night, and it's only going to get worse from here. Some of the coldest air of the season. Who we got on board? DK?
DK.
K? DK?
It's DK. Come on, boss man.
Okay, what's going on?
What's up, boss man? Dude, I was like running through like what you were saying. Dude, it's like we get audited on regular basis. Like exactly what you said. We get audited on our taxes as taxpayers on regular freaking basis. And then now liberals someone has a problem that there's going to be an audit on the government. There should be a government audit because we get audited nonstop. We pay taxes. Like, does that make sense?
Absolutely, 100%. This should have been done a long time ago.
No, it's like listen, they should be accountable for the money that we freaking put in because we get audited every single tax. Like we're about to pay taxes, everyone pays taxes, and then now the liberals are like, "Oh my goodness, someone's gonna get audited." It's like, tell me, how does someone make $250,000 and becomes a freaking millionaire?
Yes.
Like, where does that come from? How do you become as a working man, how does that make sense?
The answer is it does not. And we know there's a lot of insider trading that goes on, trading that if you did it or I did it, we would go to jail, but they get out of jail free card for being a member of Congress.
But boss man, if they audit us when we do our taxes, they should be audited as well.
Well, it's good to see somebody finally doing it, is it not? All right, good to hear from you. Thanks, boss man. I guess there's some controversial misinformation going around. Secretary of Veterans Affairs Doug Collins said, I want to make it clear, contrary to some reports, veterans' health benefits are not being cut by the Trump administration. We're doing everything we can to put Mission 1 back at the VA, being the veteran. It's very important for us to take all those kind of rumors, innuendo, hypotheticals, the possibilities that you and I both know the media loves to run with, because it's something that they can run with that creates a little bit of controversy. And then they can walk away with basically their hands clean. Problem is, we at the VA have to clean up the mess, and cleaning the mess up means we have to explain to people what we're doing. There is a lot of change going on. I'm not saying there's not, but all of it is designed to get us to that primary focus of being veterans-centric, to the benefit of the veterans and the health care that they have earned.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has nominated a Stop the Steal organizer to be the District of Columbia's top prosecutor. Ed Martin, who has advocated for the January 6th defendants, is currently serving as the district's interim U.S. attorney. Trump made the announcement less than 3 days after Martin posted on social media that he would be investigating former special counsel Jack Smith. Hillsborough County Democrats in Florida are addressing what they call anti-Semitic hate speech made by a longtime party activist. County Democratic Executive Committee member Russ Miller has been accused of making online comments targeting both the party's Jewish caucus and individual members while speaking out against Israel's war in Gaza. Steve Shakin, the president of Hillsborough County Democrats' Jewish caucus, spoke with WFLA.
There is a really clear line between criticizing Israel, being pro-Palestinian, although I don't know anyone in our group who's anti-Palestinian, and criticizing Jewish people.
Miller has been suspended for 2 years after a vote by the steering committee. Party chair Vanessa Lester says many on the committee favored Miller's expulsion. However, the strongest action they could take was suspending him due to current bylaws. Pope Francis remains in the hospital as doctors change his treatment for a respiratory tract infection to deal with a complex clinical situation.
That's according to the Vatican, which said the Pope will stay in the facility as long as is needed. In a statement, the Vatican said test results have shown a polymicrobial infection, which has led to further changing of the Pope's therapy. The 88-year-old was admitted to the hospital Friday after dealing with the respiratory infection for over a week. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The chances of an asteroid striking the Earth in 7 years have gone up. NASA says the 300-foot asteroid 2024 YR4 now has a 2.6% chance of an Earth impact December 22nd, 2032. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Flight 1 medevac, I got no traffic here, so just let me know what you'd like to do. We just had a crash on runway 23 here. Life Flight 1 medevac, just so you are, there's people outside walking around the aircraft there.
Yeah, we've got it. The aircraft there's upside down and burning.
17 people were injured following a flight from Minneapolis that crashed at the Toronto Pearson Airport. The flight was carrying 80 people, 76 passengers, and 4 crew members. No fatalities reported. A measles outbreak in West Texas has infected around 4 dozen people in Gaines County. Health officials fear the true number of these cases may be as high as 200 to 300. Many of those who have contracted measles are unvaccinated children from a rural Mennonite community.
We have a high number of unvaccinated. They just don't believe in it.
There's Tanya Guffey. Most people with measles recover within a few weeks and just simply deal with a rash and a high fever. But the highly contagious disease can also lead to pneumonia, brain inflammation, eye infections, or death. Severe flooding over the weekend is being blamed for at least 13 deaths across the southern states. The storm triggered more than 1,000 rescues and widespread road closures across parts of the southeast. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear gave an update today.
All of Kentucky still has standing water in different areas. Over 300 roads still impacted and closed. So everyone be careful. Many people going back to work today, picking up their kids from school. Just because those are in and just because the community is up and active doesn't mean every part of it and every road is safe.
He went on to say that the death toll has risen to 11 in his state. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, 1 hour
in the books. We'll roll into a Tuesday, hour number 2. Stephen Miller, I believe he's a Fox News White House correspondent. Posted this past evening. Has confirmed that foreign fraud rings have been using fake Social Security numbers and identities to steal billions of taxpayer benefits through the IRS. Miller confirmed DOJ is about to get the records. Now, over a 10-year normal budget window, you'd be talking about saving over $1 trillion with a T by clamping down on massive fraud in our tax and entitlement systems, including, again, those carried out by organized fraud and theft rings. Stephen Miller. They said people who thought USAID was bad, wait and see what's been happening at the IRS. So it's going to get better? Or is it going to get worse? The fraud. Meanwhile, water levels continue to rise across Kentucky and other parts of the Ohio Valley and Mid-Atlantic regions, reeling from the deadly coast-to-coast winter storm. And now the situation is set to worsen as another major storm threatens snow and dangerously cold weather. The storm, of course, hammered several states with severe weather and heavy rain over the weekend. 13 fatalities. Emergency teams from the Kentucky National Guard and state police conducted over 1,000 rescues. First responders going door to door in flooded zones to ensure everyone's safety, according to Governor Beshear in a press conference Monday, stating in just under 24 hours, a deluge exceeding a month's worth of rain inundated Kentucky. Lethal floods, and despite the end of the rainfall, the flooding danger persists as waterways remain swollen. He's declared a state of emergency Friday. He did so ahead of the storm. There are still people at risk, noting that rescue operations were ongoing Monday, even though they believed they had reached many, if not most, of those affected by the floods, which have closed more than 340 roads. Some rivers have not yet crested. Emergency operations are particularly focused on those areas, especially in Martin County, where we may need to rotate or relocate over 100 people to safe locations. Of course, we saw severe flash flooding in parts of Kentucky and Virginia. Stream and river levels will keep rising over the next few days in some areas. Now, levels on the progressively larger rivers may continue to rise well into early week. Officials may need to take preventive action in some communities to prepare to act quickly as those water rise. Kentucky's recent flood crisis, 2 years after the devastating floods claimed 43 lives and ravaged parts of the state. Obviously, Kentucky was not alone. 5 flash flood emergencies were issued in parts of Virginia, West Virginia, as well as Tennessee. One such occurred when floodwaters breached a levee in Obion County, Tennessee, Sunday. Now, they were under a state of emergency with mandatory evacuations at the time. More areas could face similar situations in the coming days as river levels continue to rise in Virginia. Flooding combined with recent snow and ice exacerbated an already perilous situation, adding a hypothermia risk for anyone caught in those frigid waters. The risk will become more prevalent as temperatures plummet this week. In the state of Indiana, drone footage showing homes and roads submerged in floodwaters amidst the snowy conditions. One local said it floods here every year, but it's been a long time since it's been this bad. 844-844-3388. Good morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. And what a lovely morning it is, right? Well, at least for some of us out here. Yeah, I'm running in a balmy 28 degrees on Interstate 80. Just got out of Laramie, so yeah, everything's going pretty good. Roads are looking fair. They have road signs saying, hey, the next 25 miles, high winds and slick spots blowing snow. So if you're heading west, you're going to be running into a bunch of fun. And I guess everyone's heard about the tunnels there in Green River, Wyoming, getting the hell beat out of them with that accident. And so I know Porn Stars put some items on there, some videos and pictures, and then Braindead, I think he's put some stuff on there as well on your fan page. So yeah, it's going to be interesting for the next couple of months to see what they're going to do as far as getting the westbound side fixed up. So, anyways, I want to ask you about the manufacturer's placing of NASCAR, because I went ahead and I checked on that myself. And, you know, I wonder what it was prior to the accident they had on lap 196. But, I mean, you know, to see Chevy being the lone car in the first 5 positions, you know, Chevy finished first and Toyota second through 5th. And then you had a Ford, a Chevy, a Ford, and a Chevy, I think. Ford, Chevy. Yeah. And so, I mean, you know, that's all right, I guess. It's just to have the foreign competition come in and take the, you know, 2nd through 5, that really, I'm scratching my head on that, but maybe that was just the accident.
Everything got really disheveled on that last lap. I mean, Denny Hamlin was out front, and he ended up, where did he end up, 25th or something like that?
Oh, I just seen the accidents. I mean, you know, on the ESPN or whatever was doing that, and of course on Facebook they got everything set up where, you know, they're only filming the accidents. They're not even worried about who finishes. But yeah, it's been an interesting weekend. I had actually gone through Green River, Wyoming, Friday morning, and I had to stop in Rawlins due to the high winds, and I was underweight, and I was like 35,000 pounds total. And they said if you are a high vehicle and you have less than 41,000, you ain't taking this stretch of highway until this time. So I wound up being in Wyoming at the Cheyenne, where Pornstar and I had lunch together. And of course, then he lets me know later on that evening that, hey, this is what's going on. So I'm sure the people there during the detour going through Green River are glad that we're not going to be doing that anymore. They're going to try to force feed the westbound through the eastbound tunnel. So we're just going to be sharing space. And I tell you what, the pictures of that place looked like a damn bomb had gone off in there. So, and when I got into Salt Lake, I told dispatch, I need to go home. I've got to take care of my taxes. Okay, not a problem. Well, Saturday night, computers went down, so they just give me what they had, and it wasn't going to Albuquerque. It was going to Denver. Spent 34 hours there on a reset, and I figured, well, you know, I'll get some sleep during the day and stay up at night. No, that didn't happen. The motel that I went to is doing a remodeling.
Oh boy!
And they're going to be changing hands. Well, probably not hands, but they'll be changing names. They'll still be in the system. You know, motels they don't ever go out of business. They just change names. I don't know if you've noticed that or not, but that's all they do. Is someone else will buy it, or they'll have another division of their company go in and say, okay, you've been known for this for so long, now you're going to be known as this from now on. until that gets changed. Yeah. So yeah, they're going through remodeling of this particular hotel, and it's really a disturbing fact that you've got people working in the room next to you on both sides that have a damn masonry drill bit, and it's also got a little kachunker in there, which I don't know what the hell they were doing, but I got up, got dressed, walked out, and I asked one of the workers, I said, how long y'all going to be doing this? And you know what he told me? No habla inglés.
Go figure.
Yeah.
Not surprising.
It was like, really? No. It was like, well, I'm sure, no habla inglés. Pobrecito. And I just walked off, and that means poor little thing in the mail, for a kid. But I mean, I'm sure if I said, well, I imagine INS or ICE would be happy to hear about this, I'm sure he'd be able to speak English perfectly with an accent. But, it just really ticks me off. And then to find out that Social Security is paying dividends to people that are registered as over 150 years old.
Yes.
Saying, oh, well, it's because of the system, they didn't put a date in. Well, what the hell do you think they're supposed to do when they sign up for these damn things? They're supposed to put a birth date in there. Good night. And then the people that have passed on, my understanding, that's why they have a division of, death certificates. So it goes up to D.C. so they can go ahead and cut those people off.
I mean, my question is, are these people, are they mailing out old-fashioned checks, and who's cashing them, or are they using bank account numbers, fraudulent bank accounts, getting direct deposit? Who's getting the money is my question.
Exactly. And then same thing with Medicare, Medicaid. Man, I tell you what. And the Democrats are all upset, got their panties in a twist because, they're funding this. They can't do that. They can't. Well, hell, Biden and Obama give it to them. They say, yes, we can. Did they do it? No. But Trump said he would, and by God, he's doing it. So more power to Trump. More power to Elon for going in there as an unpaid worker, going in there and finding all this stuff out. Oh, and did you hear? I guess he went by the handle of Big Balls on X, and now he's going by the handle of Hairy Balls. Did you hear about that?
No. Who's that?
That's Elon, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, what's he going to say next time around when he changes his name? Is it going to be Harry B. Balls? Middle name for big? I mean, good night. I have seen, or I have heard on Old Time Radio, channel 148 on XM, which I hope one of these days you're able to get on, eventually. But there is a crime series on there, and one of the actors' names, I mean, this is not a character name. This is an actual person. Back in the 40s, his name was Harry Dick. And it's like, oh, are you kidding me? They couldn't have. Well, I imagine back then they didn't think of something like that.
All right. Well, in NASCAR, we had Dick Trickle all those years.
Yeah.
So you make sure say when naming your. Do these people think it through when they name their kids? All right, Senor, good to hear from you. Happy Taco Tuesday. Yeah, of all those that are jumping up and down, screaming from the hilltops about Doge having access, none other than pencil neck Adam Schiff posting, Elon Musk is trying to access your personal bank and tax data. The world's richest man should not and cannot be able to snoop around your personal finances.
Period. End of story. First response is he's not trying to snoop around my personal finances. He's trying to snoop around yours because you get paid with taxpayer money and should be subjected to these types of audits on a regular basis to flush out the obvious conflicts of interest. Now, Elon Musk, he's getting all the attention, all the highlight media attention, like he's the one that's actually doing all this work. He's the head of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. He has a task force, a number of brilliant young people, brilliant minds that are actually doing the work. New York Post this past day explained one such scenario when it comes to the IRS records. Who's going to be doing this? A 25-year-old staffer on DOGE is expected to gain access to the IRS sensitive tax database as fraud becomes a major focus of the deficit-cutting initiative. Software engineer Gavin Klinger will gain credentials to the system that tracks tax returns and information about individuals as DOGE aggressively slashes spending across the federal bureaucracy. Waste, fraud, and abuse have been deeply entrenched in this broken system for far too long. It takes a direct access to the system to identify and fix it. According to White House spokesman Harrison Fields this past day, DOGE will continue to shine a light on the fraud they uncover, as the American people deserve to know what their government's been spending their hard-earned tax dollars on. Now, it's unclear what exactly Klinger will be looking into by using the database, as millions of Americans prepare to submit their annual returns by April 15. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, that's the guy I mentioned, so he's not Fox News, he's the White House Chief of Staff, said this past afternoon that part of the DOGE review will be focused on locating fraud by foreigners who file bogus returns to steal from the government. He stated, that's where it was. I knew I had Fox News on. He was on Fox News, and he said there is a massive amount of fraud. You have, for example, foreign fraud rings. These are foreign nationals who come into the United States. They use fake Social Security numbers. They use fake identities to steal billions in taxpayer benefits. There's no way to know till DOGE gains full access to how much money we're talking about. But over a 10-year normal budget window, you could be talking $1 trillion by clamping down on massive fraud in our tax and entitlement systems, again, including those carried out by organized fraud and theft rings. Miller added, it's very important to note that DOGE are subordinate staffers of the federal government. They are political appointees, just like me. Meanwhile, D.C. U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan Friday refused the request from 14 Democrat-led states to block DOGE staffers from accessing the federal databases, stating that the broad request would essentially bring government to a halt. Core members of Musk's team are now classified as federal officials, with some of them serving, like the Tesla and SpaceX CEO, as unpaid special government employees. Now, we see Klinger graduated from the University of California, Berkeley in 2020 with a degree in electrical engineering and computer science, as well as a 3.95 grade point average. He previously worked as an intern at Twitter before Musk takeover in 2022 and rebranding of the social media platform. He worked as a software engineer at the AI firm known as Databricks. Now, in a since-deleted Substack post, Klinger claimed that he gave up millions of dollars, prestige, and a life of comfort in Silicon Valley to correct the
institutional failure and systematic corruption in Washington. He is currently listed as a senior advisor to the Director for Technology and Delivery at the U.S. Office of Personnel Management. So smart young people that know how to look through numbers. So that's quite interesting. What might they find? It is 844-844-3388. All right, coming up, we'll get to Eagle, Brain Dead on board. Who else down the line here? The Grump. Good to have you on board as we roll into a Tuesday. Birthdays on this date. Going way back in time. 1898, Enzo Ferrari was born. And yes, it is the Ferrari, that Ferrari. And I bet you can hear her singing. As in 1933, Yoko Ono was born. And finally, 1957, Vanna White, born on this date. All right, today is National Pluto Day. It is Eat Ice Cream for Breakfast Day. I could handle that. I'll take a half gallon of Death by Chocolate, please. Okay. Let's see. It's National Stuffed Flounder Day. It is National Drink Wine Day. It is National Battery Day. And finally, this one I wonder who came up with this. It is National Milk a Cow While Flying in an Airplane Day. Yeah, who comes up with this kind of stuff? All right, coming up a little bit later on, Mr. Peabody has the Wayback Machine warmed up. So we'll take a look on some of the notable events that had taken place on this date in history, which would be the 18th day of February. All right, Senor Heat Wave was mentioning the I-80 scenario. Crews, they tell us, are still working to clear the wreckage from that tunnel. The multiple vehicle crash that occurred last Friday, sparking a fire inside the tunnel that completely destroyed 6 commercial vehicles and 2 passenger vehicles, a total of 26 vehicles involved, 10 passenger cars and 16 trucks.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Lifeline 1 minute back, just so you are, there's people outside walking around the aircraft there.
The aircraft is upside down and burning.
Delta says that 18 people were injured following a flight from Minneapolis that crashed and then flipped upside down while landing at Toronto Pearson Airport. 76 passengers, 4 crew members, 18 taken to hospitals, no fatalities. Israel set to receive 6 more hostages held by Hamas.
Sources told NBC News that in addition to these 6 hostages, Hamas is expected to turn over the bodies of multiple hostages on Thursday. Of the 33 people set to be released in the first phase of the ceasefire deal, 6 living hostages and 8 dead ones remain in the hands of Hamas. Every previous release of Israeli hostages has been accompanied by the release of dozens of Palestinians detained. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, working our way into a brand new day. Good to have you on board. Let's get back to the phones. And what's happening, Eagle?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Steve, before I get to the airplane crash, I got a story I want to tell about that. Before I get to that, though, Steve, I want to talk about, I've talked to you before about Wyoming, the state of Wyoming. I know you got a previous caller who called in a little bit earlier who thinks he knows everything, but I'm not going to waste time with that guy. Okay, Interstate 80 is one of the most dangerous roads in the U.S. during the winter time going across Wyoming. I no longer, it's the easiest way to get to Salt Lake City, from Denver, Colorado, or if you're coming out of Nebraska or wherever the hell you're coming from. But I don't go to Salt Lake City, nor do I run Interstate 80. Matter of fact, I don't even go out west. I don't waste my time. And not because I'm afraid of the weather, because I'm afraid of the other drivers. And you see what happened in Green River in the tunnel. I seen a very disturbing video, Steve. You might want to take a look at it. I don't know what this truck driver's name is, but he just happened to be at the accident scene when this took place earlier this week or last week. He didn't get into the tunnel, but he had his camera out, and it was several 18-wheelers involved, and one of the truck drivers got burned alive, and you should hear the screams. You should hear the screams of this truck driver, Steve. It's very, very disturbing, terrifying screams. This man was burned alive, and you could hear this man calling for help, yelling and screaming like a lot of people say in the comments on the TikTok video. It seems like he's in the pits of hell. The screams that this man is screaming is very, very terrifying. I've been through that tunnel several times, and they don't maintain it. You got these steering wheel holders. They're not truck drivers. They're steering wheel holders. The guy that goes, and you got guys that can buy a damn CDLC. You got enough money. You go to the right trucking school. They'll literally you can literally pay for a CDL without even being qualified. I've talked to you before about these type of drivers that are not qualified to be operating trucks. There's a lot of them out here. In Wyoming, it's the perfect spot for something real bad to happen when you got a steering wheel holder. When you got everybody, I told you this before, when you got everybody riding in the right hand lane, and then you got some super trucker that decides that doing 25 or 30 miles an hour is not fast enough for him, so he wants to jump out in the left lane. The road, they keep the right lane clean most of the time. The left lane is usually not clean, and you just asking for trouble. There's ice under that snow. Anything can happen. And guess what you see, Steve? When you see that guy jump in the left lane about a mile or two down the road, guess where you see that guy? In the ditch, jackknife in the ditch, truck flipped over, load spread all over the interstate, got the road shut down. That same super trucker that couldn't follow along with everybody else he was in such a hurry to get to his destination, and now he's not going to get there because his truck is jackknifed in the middle of the ditch. And there's videos on YouTube, TikTok. You can see the dangers. There's all kind of videos on Interstate 80, Steve, on YouTube of the dangers of driving of driving on that road. The winds, I've never seen winds like that in my life. At Elk Mountain, in Rawlings, I was at a truck stop there a long time ago, and I literally thought the wind was going to blow the truck over. I was sitting at a TA truck stop out there, and I was scared. I got out of the damn truck and went in the truck stop because I thought the wind was going to blow the truck over in the parking lot. That's how strong those winds are out there in Wyoming. So I don't go out there. Even if I was to go, it would only be during the summertime. I wouldn't even waste my time trying to run across Interstate 80 during the winter. You just asking for trouble. And like I said, truck drivers need to go listen to this video. And if this video doesn't scare you, I don't know what will. When you hear the screams of that truck driver as he's burned alive, that's bad. That's real bad, Steve. Real bad. Now, let's talk about this airplane, Steve. Let's talk about this airplane. As I'm driving down the road today, Steve, as I'm riding down the road today, I get a message on my cell phone from CNN, CNN and Fox. They send these different messages on your phones and stuff if you download the application. So I look at my telephone, and it says airplane crashes in Toronto, Canada, and the plane is upside down. And I look at my phone and say, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. Now, I've heard of a plane crashing, but I've never, ever in my life heard of a plane being upside down on a damn runway. So I find the truck stop to pull into to turn on the news on my phone to see what the hell is going on. Maybe the news reporter got something wrong when he said the plane was upside down. So I go in there and I look at it. I go in the truck stop and they got a TV in there. And as I'm watching TV, Steve, they come across the screen with a Delta Airline jetliner upside down on the damn runway. I could not believe. I've seen everything now, Steve. I thought that I had seen everything just about everything in my life. But today today is something that I've never seen and a whole lot of other people have never seen, where a jetliner, and this hits home with me, Steve, because I used to live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I have family members that work for Delta Airlines, and I know people that work for this airline company. And so I know, I know a few things about Delta, and it really shocked me to see that was a Delta airline that was laid on the ground like this. And here's what I want to get to, Steve. The quality of the air. Now, Donald Trump took a lot of heat a couple of weeks ago when he was talking about the helicopter crashing into the plane in Maryland. Okay. Now, we've gone over this before, Steve. When it comes to hiring people, you need to hire the best people, no matter what this individual's skin color is, no matter if he's gay, a lesbian, a homosexual, transvestite, I don't care. I want the most qualified man to get the job, whether flying the plane, air traffic controller, or whoever. This is a very dangerous job. You have to have the most qualified people when you're dealing with the airline industry, Steve. Now, you can clearly see now, Steve, that this runway, I've seen a video. I don't know if you've seen this video. They got a video of the plane crashing. And you can clearly see that the conditions, I'm pretty sure that the conditions is what caused this accident. That plane should have never tried to land in those conditions, Steve, with the winds blowing as hard as they say they was. I can't remember what the winds they say it was, but that plane should have stayed in the air and maybe flown to another destination that was safer to land that plane, or either continue circling the airport until it was safe to land. You can clearly see when that plane crashed that the conditions definitely wasn't good for that type of landing, Steve. Somebody made an error, whether it be the pilot or the traffic controller, but somebody made a very serious mistake by allowing that plane to land. Luckily, God blessed these people and didn't allow nobody to get killed. How that happened, I still don't know. How a plane can literally go upside down, spin out. There were no wings on this plane, Steve. After it came to a stop, both of the wings were gone from the plane. Only thing that was left was the body of the plane. Now, like I said, God bless these people. The people got injured, but nobody died, and that's the good thing, unlike the incident in Maryland. So hopefully they can find the black boxes. Hopefully they can find out what the controller said and what the pilot said and get to the bottom of what caused this. But I believe when it's all said and done, it's going to be the weather, bad conditions of landing this plane. And God, like I said, God bless these people to allow nobody to get hurt today. And that's.
Yeah, they had about 8 inches of snow over the weekend. So, what we know at this point in time, advancements in aircraft design prevented this plane crash from being a whole lot worse, according to one aviation expert. David Susi says everything that could go wrong went wrong. There were 18 injured, 80 people on board. Yes, we know. Was it ultimately ending upside down on the runway? One passenger described kind of hanging like bats inside the aircraft after the crash. It could have been much worse. Drawing a comparison with the 1987 incident in Denver that killed 28 when a DC-9 flipped over in similar circumstances. Improved safety and stronger, more secure seats made the biggest difference in the 2 incidents. Now, he also pointed out that in 1987, the wings stayed on the crashed aircraft, destroying it after it had flipped over. In Toronto, however, the wings broke loose by design. They were supposed to in this case, and that's a good thing, he says. You don't want that wing ripping the fuselage in half. You want to make sure it breaks away like it's supposed to let the aircraft slowly come to a stop. That saved lives.
Now, weather-wise, stiff winds blew over the airport Monday afternoon as a slim aircraft cleared by air traffic controllers to land with the 80 passengers drifted toward the snowy tarmac. But within moments, the Bombardier CRJ-900 had crashed into the runway and overturned. All on board survived. But it's still not clear how the aircraft was upended, leaving its belly up. The flight had departed Minneapolis-St. Paul and approached the destination at Toronto Pearson about 3 p.m. local time. Those winds had been buffeting Toronto all day. Airport personnel had worked through the night, they say, to clear the remnants of about 8 inches of snow that blanketed the airport over the weekend. As the plane neared the airport, air traffic controllers notified pilots of 38-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Within 2 minutes, the plane had flipped, fire erupted as the aircraft tumbled, and the plane slammed into the runway, spitting out a huge fireball, leaving passengers hanging in their seats. As the fire engines raced to the tarmac, began spraying the thick sheets of white fire retardant over the fuselage. It's not clear where the fire started, but video shows the plane's fiberglass frame had melted around the engine, and thick black streaks stained the side. But still, after the craft came to a standstill, we were hanging like bats, according to one passenger. Was able to unbuckle and stand upright on the ceiling of the plane. Some people needed help getting down out of their seats. Flight attendants helped passengers crawl out of the exit doors, urging everyone, leave your personal belongings behind. But you see, some people still had grabbed their carry-on bags and took them with them. The crash actually prompting the airport to shut down all 5 runways. Delays, several flights diverting to nearby airports. The remaining 2 runways where the crash took place will be closed for several days as they get out there and analyze the scene, they tell us. All right, good morning, Grump. How you been?
I've been good, man. How you been?
Oh, man. I'm done with winter. I don't like this crap.
Well, I got done with it night before last, coming across Montana, coming over Lookout Pass and all that. Good God, it was coming down up there. But, we key on something Eagle was talking about, running, 25 mile an hour. I had to pass a line of trucks. They were running about, 15 mile an hour in that damn snow. And they didn't have the chain law out, but the mountain was covered. And finally, I got sick of it and got out in the left lane, went by them. And they were nose to tail, just dragging ass along there. And if you do not have a little speed built up when you hit those hills, the bottom of that mountain going up it, and you're not going to make it up, and you're probably going to spin out. And I could hear them when I got up to the top. People coming up behind it, they're talking about how the trucks had spun out on the mountain. I was like, yeah, well, that's par for the course. Just you can see it. I had a run going from Kansas City to Ogden, Utah for 10 years, back and forth every week. And so I was on 80 a lot. And when they'd have big wrecks or something up there, I'd drop down on 14 there in Colorado, which is just a 2-lane road. But they kept it pretty clean. I'd have to run chains a lot, up and over the mountain passes and get on over to Steamboat and places like that, and then cut back north into Wyoming to get around the accidents and stuff. But it seems like it's always the same characters that has those accidents. These new drivers, they'll start off in the wintertime, and the idiots that run the company will stick a truck between their legs and tell them, hey, go west and make me some money, or go east or whatever. So the first thing they do is have to fight a windstorm and a snowstorm across Wyoming, and all it does is creates problems. They don't have the experience, number one, to handle a truck in the kind of conditions. And, it's not good for anybody. But, I try to always stay away from people. Number one, trucks. If they're all bunched up in an area there and they're going too slow, I'll pass them. I'll get by them because it's not good. Number one, when one messes up, you're going to have, just like you had in that tunnel, 16 right behind it.
And that was going to be my next question.
In.
How do you end up with 16 big trucks piled up together like that?
And that's just lack of communication, too close together. It's amazing. It still amazes me how, you remember those, did you seen that, the pictures that I sent of that accident that happened right behind me where that truck come up over in Illinois, I think it was 3 years ago, where the truck caught on fire. I mean, he actually blew up. They had one guy got killed. But I was looking in the mirror, and I thought, oh, this ain't going to be good. These trucks are coming up, and, I mean, they're just freaking flying in a construction zone. And he hit the trailer that was it was 2 trucks behind me, 3 trucks maybe, behind me, and he went into the Jersey barrier and knocked it out into the oncoming lane, so they had an accident there. And the truck that was behind me, directly behind me, he got hit, and he slid up, but he cranked his wheel, and he slid up beside me, so I didn't get touched, but I'm sitting here watching all this damn fire, everything burning, and I saw the guy that actually caused all the accident bail out of his truck. His fuel tank was on fire, but he jumped over the wall, jumped over the fire and stuff into the oncoming lanes, but they were all shut down. But that's what it is. It's just plain old. They don't see past their hood. The worst damn thing that ever happened to this industry, number one, is guys that are able to sit in their damn trucks and work their phones or whatever. I see it every day, Steve. They're sitting there on watching something on a damn YouTube or something going down the road. If they're that bored, find another freaking job. And another thing that has caused all these damn accidents, and I'll argue it to the cows come home, is these damn e-logs. When you're sitting there staring at that clock, knowing that you're going to be in violation. I went over my hours today yesterday. I crossed the mountain stuff because I wasn't about to stop, and I went into violation for 11 minutes, which is fine. I extended my drive time to get to a safe place, and just on inclement weather. But when you're sitting there constantly staring at that clock, and these guys that they know, hell, there's no parking out here hardly anymore. I mean, every truck stop you go to is jammed up, but yet we got this massive driver shortage according to the government.
Right.
But they just cannot, for the life of them, take their foot off the damn gas and slow down for a little bit and keep some distance between them and the truck and ahead of them. I had a guy last night, was so close to me. I mean, it just, coming up, I asked him 2 or 3 times, and we were on wet roads then. It was snowing, but it was just wet roads. And I told him 2 or 3 times, I said, man, get off my ass. So finally I flipped the Jake brake on and just took my foot off the gas, slowed down to about 25. He kept slowing down, and it's, we're in a 70-mile-an-hour zone. I kept slowing down. Finally, he passed me. I said, there, he's throwing his hands up, wondering what the hell I'm doing, Well, it just blows my mind how idiots do not know that is against the damn law to tailgate like that. They're nationwide, it's 300 feet between trucks. If you get caught tailgating, that's 4 points on your license. But yet you got these guys that are too damn stupid, and you also have police officers that could give a rat's ass less. They would rather go out and pick up the pieces as to pull somebody over in inclement weather and say, look, dumbass, get off his butt. It just blows my mind how this industry has turned into something like that. Nobody ever runs a CB. I got mine on. Never heard a word. All coming across the mountain or anything. You holler at somebody. Nope, you can't understand a damn word. If they do come back, you can't understand them. But it's just, I don't know. This industry's changing, and until they get better, more qualified drivers in here, to me, I think. If you're a first-year driver, number one, you ought to be 8 hours maximum they're limited to daylight time and no inclement weather. If it's snowing, limited to snow and ice. If it's snowing or ice roads or something like that, park. That's put it back on companies. It's just the way it is. It's the same characters all the time that are having these accidents. But moving on to Doge here. This is the shot in the arm that this country has needed for so damn long. It's unbelievable. In the first week, they already identified $500 billion worth of fraud. Now, these hot shots that they've got, these computer whizzes and stuff like that, they're looking for certain algorithms and, what the programs and things that they've developed to run this, and they did it pretty quick to go into these places and audit certain keywords and certain things that's going on. I hope that, like that person that's those people that's been getting those checks for, off a 150-year-old
right
Social Security recipient, I hope they throw their ass far under the jail. It just, that's what's wrong with this system is they hand out money and this fraud for disability, things like that. Bipolarism was a big one there for a long time. People that claim to be bipolar, I can't work because I'm bipolar. Yeah. All you need is a foot in your ass and get back out there or starve to death, and then you'll get out there and find you a damn job. We need to shut all that crap off. But it's amazing that the amount of money that has been spent on these damn illegals. $500 billion has been spent on these damn illegals.
Right. And the numbers, yep. 400 billion. I got an update on that as well. Yeah, we got to pause. We'll take a news break and be back.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is offering to send in British peacekeeping troops if a deal is reached to end the war in Ukraine.
The announcement comes as European leaders hold emergency summit meetings hosted by French President Macron in Paris, having been left out of upcoming talks with Russia and Saudi Arabia by the Trump administration.
Correspondent Simon Gatan there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the discussions are preliminary and that Ukraine and Europe would be included in possible later negotiations. The IRS is reportedly set to lay off thousands of employees as soon as this week. This would come at the busiest time of the year for the tax collecting agency. Multiple media outlets cite sources saying the IRS will be letting go of probationary workers as part of the Trump administration's efforts to reduce the federal government workforce. This comes as multiple reports say Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is looking to gain access to the IRS taxpayer data system. Democrats are set to lead nationwide protests this week in front of Tesla dealerships and local Congress offices.
The organizing group is called Indivisible and has 1,300 chapters. Its goal is to bring attention to Doge executive Elon Musk and President Trump's efforts to gut federal agencies like the Department of Education. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Links to the messaging app Signal cannot be shared or posted on the social media platform X.
Multiple users posted on X beginning on Sunday that they received error messages when trying to post links with the signal.me domain. It's unclear whether this is an intentional blocking of Signal links. The messaging platform offers end-to-end encryption and is often used by journalists to speak securely with sources. The issue sparked concerns from users about whether X is intentionally trying to block Signal to suppress leaks by federal workers to the media members. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul is talking about the possibility of removing New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
Hochul says she's asked key leaders to meet with her Tuesday for a conversation about the path forward with the goal of ensuring stability for the city of New York. Hochul noted that no governor has ever removed a mayor in state history. She also called reports of the past 2 weeks, seemingly referring to the pending dismissal of Adams' federal charges and his change in approach on immigration enforcement, troubling and cannot be ignored. Andrew Whitman, New York.
San Francisco officials are investigating 3 men who claim to be from the Department of Government Efficiency.
Authorities say the men went to City Hall wearing Doge shirts and MAGA hats and demanded records from several offices and employees. The men demanded digital information related to alleged wasteful government spending and fraud. City Hall employees refused the request and called the police. And the sheriff's office says it does not believe the men were representatives from Doge. John Summers, USA Radio News.
An IRS employee who is affiliated with the Department of Government Efficiency has access to an IRS system containing taxpayer information.
The employee was given access to the Integrated Data Retrieval System, which gives employees within the IRS access to taxpayer accounts and instantaneous visual access. The IRS website says users can only access accounts required to do their job. An administration official said the employee started during Trump's second administration and carried out the Doge mission legally and with the appropriate security clearances. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, rolling into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Many out there maybe enjoyed the 3-day weekend with President's Day this past day. And we're talking about wintertime driving out west. Daniel chimed in. He said Eagle's correct about I-80. Yeah, through Wyoming. It's dangerous. And again, I'll say ELD, electronic logging devices, have made the roads less safe, because drivers are racing the clock to make every last second count. There's no excuse for that many trucks to be piled up in that accident in the tunnel. None at all. Drivers following too closely, definitely not paying attention to what they should be doing, which is driving. I used to run Wyoming every single week, going to California out of Miles City. It's got a whole lot worse since the ELD was shoved down our throats. But then the quality of drivers that are not being properly trained. No common sense. All right. Electronics is to protect all stupidity, and it doesn't work. You cannot replace a properly trained driver that has common sense. Okay. So kind of, I guess, seconding the motion from Grump there. But all right, we left off with the whole Doge thing, which it's incredible the amount of fraud they're finding. What do you think they're going to find with the IRS and fictitious tax returns claiming, 2, 3, 4 children and things of that nature, where they're getting thousands and thousands of dollars back every year?
I think what they're going to find is that earned income credit was the worst thing that ever happened to this country. When you're paying, nothing pisses me off worse than to be talking to somebody, and they, well, I got more money back than I paid in. Yeah, you got some of the damn money I paid in, fool, because I'm having to pay in more because of people like you. It was ripe for fraud, is exactly what it was, and they didn't check it. They come right out and said that it is feasible for someone that's here illegally to get a tax return off the earned income credit. Said if they do file taxes under a fictitious Social Security number and they report children, hell, anybody can print off a 1099, or a W-2. Anybody can do that. You can make one of them damn things up, and it's years before they get it checked and to find out. You can get online, Steve, and find out any kind of an EIN number that you own to see what kind of businesses or what their tax code is or whatever. Put it on a damn W-2, and boom, you're now an employee. It's what amazes me about this whole thing is they know that is so ripe for fraud. But these damn Democrats, I have never in my life seen a bunch of idiots that is just so hell-bent on the fact that fraud is going to be found in the tax system, that maybe they don't need to jack up your damn taxes every time they come into office. What was it Kamala Harris said and Joe Biden both? Yes, I am going to raise your taxes. Why? Why are you going to raise my taxes when I'm already paying, 52, 53% of my total income when you figure in state and local tax, and that's not even including sales tax on everything I have to purchase? I mean, it's blinding how these idiots in the Democrat Party thinks that my money is their damn money, and that if somebody just happens to be in there sneaking a few dollars here and there, well, it's all right. We'll just take more of it. I hope what comes out of this is that Pam Bondi gets a task force together on tax fraud, tax evasion, things like that, defrauding the government, and I hope they get a massive amount of people involved in this, for judges or whoever that actually wants to prosecute people, And I hope they perp walk 1 million damn people that's doing this. I honest to God do. I am so sick and tired of people taking advantage of the American taxpayers. And these countries, you know, right underneath the American flag, I'd have another flag that says, kiss our red, white, and blue ass. We're done providing for you. You know, I don't care about Ukraine. Honest to God, I don't. I don't care about Russia. I do care about Israel and the fight that they're going through because they've been such good allies with us. And, yeah, we need to kick in a little and help them out because we've relied heavily on their intelligence and things like that through the Mossad on what's going on in the Middle East, and they have people implanted every damn where. But it's, you know, we've been the cash cow for so many people for so damn long, it just blows your mind, you know, to think that they can, some idiot in the Democrat Party or Republican Party, it don't matter, that has been a part of this blowing money crap, can tell us how Social Security is going to be insolvent here in another 5 years if we don't do something about it, if we don't raise the age. But yet, let's go ahead and give away $1 trillion to a bunch of illegals that shouldn't be here. Are these people for real or not? I mean, it just blows my mind how these morons can stand in that office. And for me, anybody that's found of any impropriety whatsoever ought to be removed from office. We were to go from 535 members of the House and Senate down to damn nothing. You know, if we get term limits in there, maybe they'd help out just doing things that is right for this country instead of constantly starting the next damn day that they get elected running for office again. You know, making them damn promises on what we're going to do for you. What kind of money can we bring into your area that's going to help out, you know, that's going to do something for you? How about just leaving my area alone and letting me have what money I have in my damn pocket and take the bare minimum of it? You know, it's just, I don't know, man. I tell you, this Doge is on the right track. They've got all these little geniuses out here, you know, computer whizzes and things like that. They've created the right algorithms to look for the stuff. And the next phase of it ought to be prosecution. You know, if we have a country, people from, like, say, Russia or places like that are constantly hacking into our systems, writing checks or sending in false returns and things like that where they're getting money back out of the IRS, then we need to shut off everything to that country, period. And tell their government, if you don't get involved in this and help out, you ain't never going to get another damn dime from anybody. You know, it suit me if they just, if the IRS itself, I've never seen any people that, you know, well, number one, when they did the last census, you remember when that was?
Mm-hmm.
I know Barack Obama, when they did the census, he hired 600,000 people to walk around door to door. And that was approved through the Democrats. And instead of laying their asses off when they walked around, after they got done walking around door to door, they put them in other government positions. You know, you got the union, the government union. What is it? The AFL-CIO or whatever the hell they are. They, those morons right there, it just blows my mind there how that we have people that is telling the American taxpayer, they work for us. We don't work for them. How they're telling the American taxpayers, if you don't give us this amount of money or don't give us this, number one, we're going to shut this system down or we're not going to come to work. Good. Keep your ass at home. Apparently we don't need you anyway. You know, when they're finding out, number one, what was it, Trump and them, they fired, 8,000 the first day? You know, they're looking at cutting this government workforce down by people. You know, I mean, my God, people, it's just you know. So yeah, if you want to stay in the government, fine, go in the damn military. If you're military age, you know, and want to do something for your country instead of sitting there on your sorry ass or sitting at your house in your pajamas, you know, not showing up for work and still drawing a paycheck, go in the military. You know, experience just a little bit of what it actually is like to be a patriot for this country. But no, I'm just beside myself on all this fraud and everything, and how the Democrats are standing up fighting tooth and nail to keep Elon Musk from finding out where the money's going. They should be standing there on the front lines of this going, yeah, you know, we want to pitch in and give it a hand. You know, we're going to help out in every way we can. But no, you got the same dumbasses trying to do the same playbook year after year after year, and which is fine with me, because the rate they're going, they'll never be reelected for anything. You know, they'll never hold the president or have the House. I mean, if the Democrats could have the House of Representatives for 56 years, you know, maybe it's time the Republicans take a little bit of that and say, you know, maybe we need to hold it for 56 years. Maybe we can get some damn work done if they can weed out the idiots.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's just it's going to take a lot to do it. But I don't know, man. I'm just tired of, you know, seeing them, you know, me having a pinch of pennies and these dumbasses thinking, well, my money's their money. They can blow it on whatever they want. You know, it's time that we had a Doge. And it's time, I just hope, like I said, I just hope like hell that there's a lot of people getting perp walked at the end of this. When Doge does their final report next year, and I hope there's 1,000 subpoenas following it and a whole bunch of damn warrants for arrest. But that's about all I got for tonight, buddy.
All right, Grump. Hey, good to hear from you. It's been a while, but real quick, the rest of the update, the Green River Tunnel accident, we mentioned the numbers, 26 vehicles involved. Officials say that the on-site data collection has been completed. Troopers do not expect to find any additional fatalities beyond the 3 deceased individuals already discovered. They have not released the identities. Troopers also plan to increase patrols around the Green River tunnels and in the Green River community to ensure safer driving and slower speeds. Police are warning drivers in the area, use caution when using GPS devices. They may identify suggested routes that are not suitable for interstate traffic. Work has begun to temporarily move traffic head-to-head in the eastbound tunnel as early as maybe Wednesday of this week. This update said the speed will be reduced to 35 miles per hour, and delays are expected. Truck drivers need to be aware there will be a 10.5-foot width and 16-foot height restriction through those head-to-head lanes in the eastbound tunnel. The investigation into the cause is ongoing. According to the DOT, there was an off-duty Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper that was involved in the crash and tried to help people escape the tunnel. The off-duty trooper's considered an active witness and will not be publicly identified at this time. Troopers used a 3D scanner sensor in the tunnel to help reconstruct the crash scene digitally and determine some narratives, causes, other details. So it's going to be obviously quite some time for the investigation to pan out. How did it all get started? And it is 844-844-3388. Morning, Brain Dead. Thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, no problem. See, hey, you want to catch a break and come back on the backside?
We can do that, and maybe if you wanted, I think you might have a signal that's kind of screwed up. Maybe you hang up, dial back up, and I'll put you back up top when we come back from the break. Right. Yeah, because you're all warbly there. So, yeah, dial it right back up. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All righty, back at it here. Let's do a take 2 with Brain Dead. See if that's a better signal.
Is that better, Steve?
Yes, sir. That worked.
I think Eskimo Mom and Big Sexy are rubbing off on me. I don't know what it is, but now, real quick before I get to what I was going to talk about originally, the e-logs are not the problem. It's the education of the drivers is the problem. These drivers, and I challenge Grump or Eagle or any of our illustrious listening audience, next time you see one of these newbie drivers, ask them, just simply ask them, what is your hours of service? How many hours can you drive a day? They're going to say, my company says I have to drive 11 hours. Well, in the and you ask them, okay, well, have you read the regulations? Oh, no, my company told me I have to do this. They're missing one key word in this because they haven't read the regulations. The word says up to. The word up to. And these people are so scared that if they don't drive their full 11 hours, or their full 14 hours or whatever, they're going to lose their job. And they don't want to lose their job. That's the problem. Because I guarantee you, I guarantee you, if, say, Grump was to see one of these guys in a truck stop and hand them a paper logbook and say, here, I want you to fill this out, their minds will be blown. They would be totally clueless and lost about how to properly fill out a logbook. Because why? They don't teach that in a training class anymore. They literally, these companies, and you can insert name, all they want is that driver in the truck behind the wheel making money. Okay, you know what? I'm driving 10 hours. I'm tired. I'm going to just take a break. Oh, no. You got to drive that other hour. You have to drive that other hour. There's no option here. And that's what the people, that's the problem, is the education of the driver, Steve. But, no, last night at the tail end of the show, you were talking about the hockey game, right?
Yeah. The 3 fights in the first 9 seconds. So I guess what? Yeah, they drop the puck and a fight starts, so they stop the clock, right? And then, how is it? Mm-hmm. How is it these guys can slug it out and even draw blood, and then they don't get. I mean, they go in the penalty box, but they don't have fines and suspensions, right?
No. Believe it or not, the first 2 of those fights were brothers. They're brothers on the U.S. side, the U.S. team, and they were they both got into the penalty box. I think one of their friends. Now, Steve, this has really gotten insanely worse. All of this is over the Trump tariffs. Canada is pissed because of all the Trump. The tariffs that Trump is going to put in place. This is before the 30-day moratorium, I think it was. I can't 100% remember. And the media has, I think you've got a guy that is up in Canada. He could probably shine some more light on this than I can. But it's all of the damage to their economy and what they're looking at. And it's like, I'm a Predators fan. I know Rambler, he's a Red Wings fan. nothing against him. And we had the Edmonton Oilers down here a week before the Four Nations face-off, and when the lady sang the Canadian national anthem, the boos were so loud you couldn't even hear her. You could not hear a word she was saying. And it's the same way up in Canada when they were playing the Ottawa team. Before that, the boos were so loud for the American anthem, it drowned out the singer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gotten so bad that even in the old locker rooms, if you're from Canada and you have a teammate that's the U.S., you're fighting in the locker room. It has gotten insane.
Wow.
Yeah, it literally has gotten that bad. And Four Nations face-off replaces the NHL All-Star Game. And if you look at baseball, yes, you're still playing the game. And hockey, yes, you're playing it like a regular hockey game. Whereas in pro football, it's flag football, and the NBA, it's no contact. Boo, give me, The only thing I wish they would do with the baseball, though, is let the players wear their own jerseys, not like American League or National League. Show me the guy that, like Joey Votto for the Reds, wearing a Reds jersey, or whoever for the Cubs wearing the Cubs jersey. That's what I want to see is pride in their team. But real quick, they announced over the weekend a new torque sensor for NASCAR for the cars. Now, this is not a mandatory sensor. It's an optional. It's an option sensor, and it helps give the tuners and technicians in NASCAR a better idea of the engine torque at different tracks. Now, the theory is, though, yes, Honda is coming in, and they're going to use this to gauge the horsepower and the torque per track. So, I mean, it's just, I don't know. But Legacy Motor Club had all three cars in the top 15. Did you see that, Steve?
I did not, no.
Jimmy Johnson is one of those part-time cars, finished third. John Hunter Nemechek finished fifth, and Eric Jones finished 12th. That's the best outing that they've ever had since being in the Cup Series.
Wow.
But now the question I've got, and it was brought up last night, and I heard some of the replays. I heard the replay. And I know Eagle's really harping on this about the whole, the big wreck at the track.
Mm-hmm. The big one. Well, let's pause there, and we'll come back and address that after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is offering to send in British peacekeeping troops if a deal is reached to end the war in Ukraine.
The announcement comes as European leaders hold emergency summit meetings hosted by French President Macron in Paris, having been left out of upcoming talks with Russia and Saudi Arabia by the Trump administration.
Correspondent Simon Gatan there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the discussions are preliminary and that Ukraine and Europe would be included in possible later negotiations. The IRS is reportedly set to lay off thousands of employees as soon as this week. This would come at the busiest time of the year for the tax collecting agency. Multiple media outlets cite sources saying the IRS will be letting go of probationary workers as part of the Trump administration's efforts to reduce the federal government workforce. This comes as multiple reports say Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is looking to gain access to the IRS taxpayer data system. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so Yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. Hello to Billy. Checking in this morning. Where are we at? Good morning. 30 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. Heading up to Garysburg. And then on up to Ruckersville, Virginia. All right, safe travels out there. Good to have you on board, Billy. Yeah, our next winter storm coming together. Just kind of did a refresh on the radar, see how things have progressed over the last several hours, and yeah, the snow really beginning to fill in through the heart of Kansas. Everything going to be progressing from west to east, about the eastern 2/3 of Kansas under winter storm warnings. Yeah, they're talking total accumulations 4 to 8 inches. The highest over southeast Kansas, where locally higher amounts than 8 inches are possible.
Winds gusting to 35 miles per hour. Things getting ugly. You know, you see central and south central Kansas, widespread moderate accumulation. Snow accumulation 4 to 7 inches. Again, winds 35 miles per hour. As I said, those winter storm warnings extend on through central and southern Missouri, the northern half of Arkansas. Looks like the heaviest, the bulk of the snow with this is going to be northern Tennessee and much of Kentucky, where they're still waiting for the waters to recede from the flooding over the weekend. And in some cases, water's still rising. All right, Brain Dead, thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, thanks, Steve. Now, this is my question, and I know Eagle probably is going to form his opinion on this when I'm going to say. And you know, we had the Daytona 500, and yes, we always have the big wrecks there. How do you prevent these? And let me explain. You can go to any track, and you can have this kind of a race. The only difference is that you're moving more air at a Daytona Talladega than you are with, say, a Bristol, Martinsville, even up to Atlanta. Atlanta coming up, you can even do the same thing if you get the air just right. Because remember, Tyler Reddick did this back during the playoffs at Homestead. And Homestead's a 1.5 mile track. That's one of those intermediate tracks. So if you get the air cut out from underneath the car, it's going to go airborne. And that's what that diffuser does. If you go back and look at that Ryan Preece wreck towards the end of the race, that black piece right there on the bottom is to prevent the air from pushing up the car, giving that lift. But if you also look, the roof flaps did not deploy. That's one thing that the dinghy one paid attention to. So why is that car not back at the R&D center? Because when that car is inspected, I don't know, 7, 8, 10 times in an average weekend. And I don't know if when they roll that into that tent and they close the curtains, are they not testing for these roof flaps to be open at a certain speed? Because that's what they were designed for, way before Earnhardt's death. Way before Earnhardt's death. They're trying to keep the air on the ground because that was a part of the problem.
The one thing
now you have this.
The one thing you notice with his wreck, though, is the car's pretty much straightforward. It kind of goes, obviously it lifts up, but the flaps don't normally come out till they get kind of sideways. And that when they go sideways, designed to keep them compressed down rather than rolling. Because he hit the car and bounced off of it and went back up the track backwards. That's where they're supposed to come up, is when they start that backwards turn. When they're going against the wind, is to help stop the lift. It's only after the car is upside down do you see that one roof flap on the right rear come out. That's what they're designed to do. So is NASCAR in the inspections even doing these? And I'll say this too. Remember here, what was it, about 4 or 5 years ago? I could be wrong about how long ago, but the Ryan Newman wreck, and now they have that new roll bar put in there. These cars are bulletproof. They're like a tank now. And it just seems like every generation that they've come through, since that Car of Tomorrow, remember that, Steve? The Car of Tomorrow? They have developed more and more safety features to keep serious injuries down, because you saw Ryan Preece get out of the car and walk around. Because remember, if this accident happened 30 years ago, he'd probably be banged up and out for about 2, 3, 4 weeks, maybe even a month, because due to that wreck. But how do you prevent these wrecks? How do you prevent the car from going airborne, and how do you keep the car on the track and these wrecks from being prevented? My first suggestion would be we didn't really have all these until they went with the restrictor plates. Back in the day, even at a track like Daytona, Dale Sr. would be able to lap cars during a race. And of course, they didn't like the track. They didn't like everybody being so separated out because it got boring. But, I mean, you wouldn't have these massive pileups if everybody weren't bunched up together, three abreast.
You have a valid point. The restrictor plates came about because when Bill Elliott broke the record there, I think it was 212 miles an hour. I'm sorry?
It was over 210, yes. And that's they said those speeds are not safe.
Right. The insurance company that has the policy at Daytona and Talladega, which are ISC tracks, said the cars cannot go over 200 miles an hour, so they had to figure a way how to slow those cars down. And like Philip said last night, was all the inspections with the carburetors and all of that. And that's where that plate come in, was to limit the amount of airflow to go into the car to help keep it under 200 miles an hour, which is part of their insurance policy. So, you have to go by what the insurance company says, right, Steve?
Life in general, they dictate what we all can do, right? Truck drivers, automobile drivers.
Yeah. But Steve, I'm on a roll south here. I'll catch y'all later.
Thanks for checking in. Have a good morning, Brain Dead. They tell us the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, one of the contributors to the Western Journal, is Ben Zeisloft. And, of course, he said the EPA Administrator revealed last week that staffers from former President Biden established a $20 billion slush fund to advance their interest once Trump took office. Posting a video on X that an extremely disturbing video circulated 2 months ago about a Biden appointee in the EPA admitting that the team was, in his words, quote, tossing gold bars off the Titanic. According to Zeldin, the gold bars were tax dollars moved out of the EPA as the Biden administration drew to a close. Zeldin's team say they have found the gold bars. Shockingly, he says, roughly $20 billion of your tax dollars were parked at an outside financial institution by the Biden EPA. This scheme was the first of its kind in EPA history, and it was purposefully designed to obligate all that money in a rushed job with reduced oversight. The money was used to prop up a leftist patronage network rather than serve the taxpayer even further. This pot of $20 billion was awarded to just 8 entities that were then responsible for doling out your money to non-governmental organizations and others at their discretion with far less transparency. Just under $7 billion was sent to one entity called the Climate United Fund. Zeldin vowed that we're going to seek to claw back the $20 billion and will examine the failure of the financial transparency that occurred, the days of irresponsibly shoveling boatloads of cash to far-left activist groups in the name of environmental justice and climate equity. That's done. The American people deserve more transparency. This stash of so-called gold bars from the EPA is just one of several slush funds that have been discovered within less than a month of Trump taking office. Elon and the Doge Department similarly uncovered billions of dollars in bizarre, corrupt projects at U.S. aid, through which leftists were employed to promote their pet ideologues and ideologies and shove them down the throats of other countries. Now, the vast majority of American people say they hope Zeldin is correct. Days of irresponsibly shoveling this cash to far-left groups We hope will finally be over. It is 844-844-3388. All right, I know Grump wants to respond to Brain Dead. Got you coming up here. The right-wing nut.
Yes, right. Right-wing nut, yeah. Well, I guess Brain Dead answered one of my questions I was going to ask is, why the restrictor plates? Why not just go wide open like you're supposed to? Insurance. Well, you know, the insurance companies can screw up a wet dream. You know that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Try to get off them cigars, but it's a little tough, you know, so I got to double up on my alcohol consumption. I think I need to get back on them damn cigars. Well, so I hear Trump's going to inventory Fort Knox. Or not inventory, but, you know, do an inquisition.
Right.
Whatever the hell they talk about.
Audit.
Yeah.
They're going to audit.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Audit, yeah. Well, I hope they find some cash in there, some gold. Because it'd sure be a shame to think we've got all this gold around here, and all of a sudden we ain't got but a third or even less. So I guess that James Bond movie Goldfinger might have been a little prophetic. Yeah. So hearing somebody was saying something was a little oh hell, I can't even think of the word now, but saying they was a know-it-all. Who was calling someone a know-it-all earlier on the show? I found out about that, and I'm traveling through Wyoming myself. Can you believe they still got 3G service out here? I mean, wasn't that supposed to be turned off here about 2 years ago?
Yeah, right.
3G?
And you got 4G.
My God.
At least 4G, if not 5, is what you should have.
Yeah. And then they got this other stuff, one called LTE. What the hell is that? I mean, I don't know. I just buy the damn things, and I use them when I can. I don't really pay much attention to it. Just I know I got to have something 4G or better. I was like, all right. I think it's these people here in Wyoming. Telecom people a little slow on the draw. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, boy, I tell you what, I sure go for a high adult beverage. Octane beverage right about now. Good night. So, anyways, well, what else has been going on? Elon's giving people panty-twisting information out here. They all want it, but then all of a sudden they start screaming, well, I want it, but don't let them know about this. Seems to me that the people that squeal the most are the ones that are getting pinched the most as well. Because they find out their gravy train is done. And that's how I like my pork. I like my pork done. I don't want to have any questions about it because I don't want to get that, what they call that, tricker. Well, anyways, something that pork can give you. I mean, let's get this stuff cut, cleaned up, and done. I don't want to hear no more about we ain't got money for the wall, or we ain't got money for Social Security, or we ain't got money for this, we ain't got money for that. Well, dadgum, we sent more money over there to Ukraine, allegedly, than, some countries' gross national product. And then Ukraine is saying, well, we only got 70% of it, or 70 million out of whatever it was we sent them. I want to know where the hell that money went.
That's what we all want to know. Where's the other 100 million?
Yeah. And, IRS losing 1,000 agents. Well, hell, they just hired or had the authority to hire 87,000 gun-toting, number crunchers. Why ain't they in the mix over there crunching numbers? Hell, they's talking about needing help on the border. Well, send some of them people over there. they got guns, they can go ahead and do their lawful duty and then try to track down where all the money laundering is going from over there in Mexico. And, I tell you, if it ain't one damn thing, it's another. Well, with people in the Congress and the Senate being public employees or government employees under the auspices of John Q. Taxpayer, do they undergo drug screening? Any idea on that?
That's a good question, and I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Well, I tell you what, as a taxpayer giving money to the government, I got to make sure that my butt is clean. Well, I mean, not in them terms, but, you know, I got to pay my taxes. If I don't, then, you know, they yell and scream and fire and throw insults and all sorts of nonsense to get me to pay. Well, hell, I tell you what, I've paid my fair share like everyone else does, and I usually get money back. But here in Biden's second term, they took $4,100 from me. I said, why in the hell did you do that? And the IRS says, because we gave you $4,100 and them damn payments, what they call them payments, I can't think of what they're called. Stimulus, yeah. And I tried calling the IRS and telling them I didn't receive no $4,100. Of course, it's during the time of COVID, and, well, you know, they didn't have anybody in the office, and when they did, they hung up on me. It's like, oh, I tell you what, I sure hope Elon goes in there with his boys and finds that $4,100 oversight that the government took from me and give it right back. But I guess we'll find out sooner or later who the crooks are and who ain't. Well, other than that, I ain't got nothing more to say, so I'll let you go.
Well,
get yourself a good night.
Have a good morning.
Tomorrow.
There you go. The right-wing nut. Notice the emphasis. All right, Grump wanted to follow up on Braindead's comments there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got to correct him on something. He talked about the e-logs isn't the problem. E-logs is the problem. Because we know for a fact during the hearings and everything else that was involved in MAP 21, whenever they were going full-blown e-logs, excuse me, that the purpose of e-logs was to dumb down the industry to bring in more drivers. And every manager, every one of the ATA heads or big company heads in all the big industries here, in the big trucking companies, their comments were, well, this will give the driver managers, the opportunity to help a driver manage his time. I said, driver don't need to manage his time. He can manage that on paper logs. What is the idea behind this? All right, the idea behind this whole thing was to bring in those foreign drivers because they knew that as soon as they started electronic logs that there was going to be a mass exodus of this industry, and there was. They lost like 100,000 drivers that had look at the longevity right now. 5 years is it. If you survive 5 years in this industry right now, you're an old man. And so their purpose was to manage your time. That's why you got that damn clock. I can look at mine right now and tell you exactly how much time I've got to get to wherever I'm going. And when I say it was the worst thing that ever happened, because they can teach a monkey how to fly the damn space shuttle, but they couldn't teach drivers how to do a recap on a freaking paper log. And what happened once that we got e-logs in? Scales started closing up. You rarely ever cross a scale that's open anymore. Pre-pass started coming in more handily. And the idea behind that was to have somebody sitting in an office looking at your e-log and telling you whether or not you got time to drive or not. And that's what's brought this industry to its knees as far as I'm concerned, because nobody, he's right, nobody knows how to fill out a paper log. anymore. I mean, hell, when my log went nuts, the people net that I had, and I had to go back on paper. You know, you got 7 days to get in to get it fixed. Well, hell, they would rather park somebody for 7 days as to try to teach them how to do a paper log. And we did, or they did, succeed in that they did dumb down this industry because they've brought in, look what we got coming out of California right now, Steve, 48% of it. And that comes right from the ATA. In their estimates, is 48% of the trucks coming out of California is on foreign nationals, born outside of the United States. Now, whether or not they're citizens or not now, I have no idea. But that's just the way it is. They dumbed down this industry. They made it right for any Tom, Dick, and Harry that could pass a CDL test to get behind it, because all they have to do is sit there like a monkey and push that button. You know, click off duty, you know, put in a little note once in a while. We'll do the rest of it. You know, the computer will do the rest. All you got to do is tell me where you're at, you know, or what you're doing. That's all you need to do. So, yeah, e-logs is the problem. And when you set in traffic jams and things like that, and your clock's sitting there ticking, you know, I looked at mine, how many times mine kicked on duty from sitting in traffic and stuff. It kicked on duty just sitting still 9 times on this trip. That's how much time I've wasted sitting in traffic and stuff. And it's on paper logs. Would it have kicked on duty? Hell no. I would have figured from that day, I would have averaged my hours out. I'd have said if I had 11 hours to drive and I wanted to average 65 mile an hour, well, you know, I'd have cut it off at about 700 miles that day if I wanted to work that hard. Now you're lucky to get in 550 if you're in traffic, and hell, they've been days that I've got in 400 miles. So yeah, e-logs is the problem. When you are dealing with all these damn different scenarios and different things, they didn't adjust for that. They, you know, yeah, you can extend your hours 2 hours if you're in inclement weather.
Right.
But how many times can you do
that? But they pretty much use the one-size-fits-all approach, which we know does not work. All right, we hit our news break here.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has nominated a Stop the Steal organizer to be the District of Columbia's top prosecutor. Ed Martin, who has advocated for the January 6th defendants, is currently serving as the district's interim U.S. attorney. Trump made the announcement less than 3 days after Martin posted on social media that he would be investigating former special counsel Jack Smith. Hillsborough County Democrats in Florida are addressing what they call anti-Semitic hate speech made by a longtime party activist. County Democratic Executive Committee member Russ Miller has been accused of making online comments targeting both the party's Jewish caucus and individual members while speaking out against Israel's war in Gaza. Steve Shakin, the president of Hillsborough County Democrats' Jewish caucus, spoke with WFLA.
There is a really clear line between criticizing Israel, being pro-Palestinian, although I don't know anyone in our group who's anti-Palestinian, and criticizing Jewish people.
Miller has been suspended for 2 years after a vote by the steering committee. Party chair Vanessa Lester says many on the committee favored Miller's expulsion. However, the strongest action they could take was suspending him due to current bylaws. Pope Francis remains in the hospital as doctors change his treatment for a respiratory tract infection to deal with a complex clinical situation.
That's according to the Vatican, which said the Pope will stay in the facility as long as is needed. In a statement, the Vatican said test results have shown a polymicrobial infection, which has led to further changing of the Pope's therapy. The 88-year-old was admitted to the hospital Friday after dealing with the respiratory infection for over a week. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The chances of an asteroid striking the Earth in 7 years have gone up. NASA says the 300-foot asteroid 2024 YR4 now has a 2.6% chance of an Earth impact December 22nd, 2032. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Flight 1 medevac, I got no traffic here, so just let me know what you'd like to do. We just had a crash on runway 23 here. Flight 1 medevac, just so you are, there's people outside walking around the aircraft there.
Yeah, we've got it. The aircraft there's upside down and burning.
17 people were injured following a flight from Minneapolis that crashed at the Toronto Pearson Airport. The flight was carrying 80 people, 76 passengers, and 4 crew members. No fatalities reported. A measles outbreak in West Texas has infected around 4 dozen people in Gaines County. Health officials fear the true number of these cases may be as high as 200 to 300. Many of those who've contracted measles are unvaccinated children from a rural Mennonite community.
We have a high number of unvaccinated. They just don't believe in it.
There's Tanya Guffey. Most people with measles recover within a few weeks and just simply deal with a rash and a high fever. But the highly contagious disease can also lead to pneumonia, brain inflammation, eye infections, or death. Severe flooding over the weekend is being blamed for at least 13 deaths across the southern states. The storm triggered more than 1,000 rescues and widespread road closures across parts of the southeast. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear gave an update today.
All of Kentucky still has standing water in different areas. Over 300 roads still impacted and closed. So everyone, be careful. Many people going back to work today, picking up their kids from school. Just because those are in and just because the community is up and active doesn't mean every part of it and every road is safe.
He went on to say that the death toll has risen to 11 in his state. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, crossover the midnight hour on the West Coast. That is a brand new day. It is a Tuesday, 18th of February. Yeah, we trust a week's off to a good start. Everybody trying to find a way to stay warm. You think? Frigidaire hanging out near the Canadian border in the central and eastern U.S. Yes, lunging southward in waves this week. It could rival some of the lowest temperatures we've seen all winter long. This can certainly be the case for both daytime highs and nighttime lows. At a point in the winter where the lengthening days and strengthening sunshine typically see temperatures beginning to move upward a bit. Numerous cities stretching from Dallas to Fargo and all points in between. Now, the cold in the east will be accompanied by gusty winds through the day today. The remnants of the previous storm, some gusts will still top 50 miles per hour in the central Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic. All right, wind chills running 5 to 40 degrees lower than the actual air temperature, depending on the strength of the wind. But they tell us some of the harshest conditions of the winter will be felt in the upcoming 5 to 7 days. That eastward and southward expansion of the cold air, setting the stage for the next storm in the pipeline. Yes, Nebraska, Kansas, northern Oklahoma, and Missouri through the day ahead. This has the potential to bring some of the heftiest snowfalls of the winter later this week across the mid-Atlantic and southeastern New England, Wednesday into Thursday. One final surge of Arctic air will follow down through Texas in the wake of the storm with record low temperatures. The cold then envelops the entire nation east of the Mississippi from late this week into the weekend, especially where this storm from now to Thursday puts down a decent amount of snow. Should this storm develop to its full potential and produce a large swath of deep snow, the lowest temperatures of the winter may be felt from the interior southeast all the way into the northeast later this week. All right, so going to be a big snowmaker, but this is supposed to be the caboose, the end of the chain of storms. We should see a little break in the action once we get through this over the next several days and through the weekend, but a long stretch of very cold temperatures. Hey, good morning to Jim from the parking lot of the Louisville Expo Center, picking up some of the ag equipment from the Ag Show over the past weekend. All right, that was big show there, wasn't it? 5-7, copy the mail. Good morning. He likes to say, go Navy. Hey, Pappy would agree with that. Morning, Pappy.
Good morning, Steve. that daggone lieutenant of mine. I was on hold for 45 minutes and he called, Steve. I had to hang up.
Sorry.
I was like, thank God, man. He's going to cause me to lose my place in line. It's all right. I got to 0400. No worries. Well, Steve, all right, Steve. We still got to talk about these money launderers. Man, Maxine Waters, I think she's going to stroke out, man. Holy moly. Steve, all these big wigs, Maxine, Adam, Shifty Schiff, Chucky Schumer. I think it was Mark Levin. I was walking through the house, and he made a comment. I'm like, man, he just hit the nail on the head. Steve, they think that they are doing nothing wrong here. Literally, they think that they're entitled to take our money however they see fit. Kind of like going back to the old king theory, We're in charge, I'm king, bow to me. Man, all to get themselves rich. They write the laws. They got the judges under their pocket. All these corrupt judges. Man, Grumpit said something, and he's absolutely right. Steve, this has been going on. Obviously, we talked for decades, right? All this sophisticated web of fraud and kickback and money laundering that they have got going on. It's so sophisticated, they thought, man, nobody would break the codes. What Grump said about Muck's team here is absolutely 100% correct. Steve, there's this one young kid that's on his team. Steve, I don't even know if he's 20 years old. He's really young, but let me tell you something. I saw some interviews with this kid. I don't know if he's like from a time machine or something. This kid is something else. You know how you see these prodigies where you got like these 10-year-olds that are playing the piano like Liberace? You know what I mean? It's just like, that's what this kid is, man. He is just... You heard of the Bible codes, right?
Yes.
So, they developed this software program to get into these Bible codes and punch in these certain words or letters and this algorithm type thing, and they come up with these phrases where they're saying literally like the Bible can tell you the future, can tell you the past. It's just crazy when you learn about the Bible codes. Now, the Dead Sea Scrolls, have you heard of them?
Absolutely.
So this kid that's on Elon Musk's team, Steve, he developed this technology to be able to read some of these Dead Sea Scrolls that were totally, these things were damaged and they've been sitting around for a couple thousand years. And this kid developed something where they can get in there and actually start to read some of these Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, it's just amazing the smarts with this kid. So they got in there, Steve, and they deciphered that these codes, that these scoundrels have put in place in a matter of weeks. Elon's team has cracked the code, Steve, on how all this fraud and everything has been accomplished in the past. Their little counterfeit printing money machine is over. Yeah, Steve, I think, they keep saying that we're going to be shocked. Literally shocked at the amount. 8 years ago, Steve, our debt was $22 trillion. And what the heck is it now? Like
36, 37, yeah.
36? Yeah, 36. My God. Where's that money going? We know where it's going. Right in the pockets of these D.C. swamped, crooked-ass people. Democrats, Republicans alike. I don't know, Steve. It's going to be interesting what they uncover here. There's been a lot of talk about this. We were talking about it last week. I think it might have been the last Friday show about the Social Security fraud, man, that they're going to uncover. You know, and man, very interesting, I will say that. Man, by chance, you know, years ago, Steve, I used to watch 60 Minutes. No longer. I don't watch it. Don't believe nothing that comes out. I mean, it was actually a respectable newscast back then, you know. But the Sir Network, like Bongino calls it, the Sir, there's no evidence that they spied on you. Rubio was on there, and I can't remember this lady's name. She came out there and was talking about the Holocaust. And the Holocaust happened because of the First Amendment, because of free speech, Steve. She tried to tell him. Did you see that clip by chance?
I have not seen the clip, but I do see where Elon Musk says they deserve prison for election interference.
Steve, the host, I can't remember her name. Somebody will call in, maybe throw it out there. And Rubio was just like dumbfounded. He looked at her and he goes, man, he should have just laid into her, but he goes, I just disagree with you. It was a fascist Nazi Hitler that caused the Holocaust, not freedom of speech. He said the German people weren't allowed to have free speech. If they came out and said anything against the Nazi party, they get shot in the head. He just shut her down, make her look like a buffoon, but she must be reading her talking points that the bosses tell her to read or something. I don't know. It was just unbelievable what these people think and say. Need to check that clip out. What else is happening? Oh, yeah, Vice President went over there. Boy, he gave him a tongue slashing. Kind of reminded Europe why the hell America exists. You know, we broke away from England because we were tired of the king telling us to bow down. We're in charge. You give us all your money, we decide what we're going to do with it. Is that called taxation with no representation? That's kind of what we got going on.
I know that he gave him he ripped them about free speech, and the German chancellor, he was not at all happy with JD had to say.
Yeah, I mean, Europe, Stevie, I'm telling you, man, you know, the United States, I mean, we're almost losing.
All right, I believe we have to reconnect. I think we do. There we go. Happens every once in a while, so yeah, we'll let the computer go through its process. Get back, and he probably doesn't even know.
Audio recording is on.
All right.
Praying to herself.
He didn't even know.
Praying to herself. She wasn't even praying out loud. She was just praying to herself. But when they asked her what she was doing, she said, I'm praying. Craziness. All right, my man. That's all I got. It is definitely cold out here.
And the coldest is yet to come there. I think we're supposed to be single digits the next couple nights.
Oh, man. Yeah, I got to work Tuesday, off Wednesday, Thursday. Steve, I think they might be talking another maybe chance of snow Wednesday, I think. Steve, could you imagine how much rain did we get the other night? Did you hear that thunder?
Oh, man. I mean, shaking the house thunder. Like, what, 2 o'clock in the morning? Yeah.
Yes, sir. The house was vibrating, man. And, I mean, it just poured. Could you imagine if that would have been cold enough to snow, how much snow we would have got, dude? Man. I don't recall it ever thundering like that, man, in February.
And those cool temperatures,
crazy.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Appreciate you taking the call. Everybody hammer down. Stay safe. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it.
All right, appreciate you checking in there, Peppy. You got less than an hour to go, and he'll be calling it a day, right? Well, there's our friend Rainmaker from Thailand. How you been there, Rainmaker?
Hey, Steve.
Morning.
Doing all right, man. Long time no talk, but I figured I need to call in today. Man, the first thing I saw this morning when I woke up at 1:30 was the story about Tom Hanks. Oh, that broke my heart. Isn't it yours?
Yeah, playing a Saturday Night Live, playing the part of a deranged Trump supporter or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I always thought that Tom Hanks was a fairly decent, fairly person, but man, he's not. He's a lunatic, and now I will not watch any of his movies, and none of the old ones like Private Ryan, Forrest Gump, all of them. No more Tom Hanks. And, and then I think Trump and Elon Musk, they need to start posting all this stuff on social media, like Twitter, Trump's, what's it called, Truth Social, whatever it is, Facebook. Post everything so that these liberals can get the truth, because, the liberals are not getting the facts, but what was it, 4.7 trillion that they uncovered that's being spent without no receipts. They don't, blank checks are being issued, 4.7 trillion. And then he found like 2 billion from house services or human services or something. I don't know. It's just so much money that's being uncovered, that's being just spent away. And then federal employees are going to be laid off. Well, my Social Security was suspended because when you live overseas, you got to fill out a certain form and submit it, letting them know that you're still alive and not dead. And I'm pretty sure I submitted that form. It has to go to the embassy in Manila, Philippines. And but whatever, my February payment it's really the January payment, but I never got my money on February. And then I went on the website and said, my account's been suspended. And I called different people and got to run around and all kinds of stuff, nonsense. And then when you call Social Security, if you call them when they first open up, they say well, you have a 40 to 50-minute wait. And then later on the day, it's 2 to 3 hour wait. And you have the same problem when you call IRS. You don't get to talk to anybody for hours and hours. Well, all these people that are getting laid off, there's jobs for them working as customer service, answer the damn telephone, right? But I couldn't understand why I didn't get no warning. But today, February 18th, I got a letter in the mailbox today, dated January 30th, telling me that my payments were going to be suspended. Should arrive, you should have got it within 5 days. It took them 19 days to get it to me. So it wasn't very, I finally got it reinstated, got my money, but it got me riled up.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I have epilepsy, which, come to find out, I've had epilepsy for several years and never really knew it. And, it's kind of scary knowing that I was a truck driver driving around in America and having epilepsy but never knowing it. And the first sign was like, you have this sensation it only lasts for a few seconds, but you feel like you're going to pass out, like your body's going numb. You're going to go unconscious. I pull my truck over and stop, and I'm okay. I've gone to emergency room, got checked out. Nothing's wrong. Everything's okay. Never knew what that was, but that's an early sign of epilepsy. And it would only happen like once or twice a year. But now it happens quite a bit. And I had several seizures in April, went to the hospital, and then I had more seizures in October, and I'm on medicine. And they said, as long as you take the medicine, you shouldn't have any problem. But I had another seizure January 26th. So I will arrive back in America on April 27th, bought my tickets and coming back to America so I can get better health care. But yeah, you know.
I thought I saw a post somewhere that you said you're going to be moving back to the USA, so.
Yeah, I have to pay cash for any health care, but it's cheap. It's not that much. But if you get hospitalized and you're in the hospital for a day or two, now that can add up really quick. Will eat your savings up. So, if you're healthy, you can buy insurance here, but, you got pre-existing conditions. Like I have a artificial heart valve where I take blood thinners, and now I have epilepsy, so I'm screwed.
Not gonna, they wouldn't sell you insurance, right? Too much pre-existing conditions.
Yeah, it's not like America where Obamacare, right? Other countries, America is the only one that insures you. Maybe Canada because of the government insurance, right? You have government insurance, but United States didn't have it until Obama. And technically, that's the only good thing that I say Obama ever did was do that were pre-existing conditions. But it's expensive, right? Insurance in America is pretty expensive now. It was supposed to be cheap, not anymore.
Everybody's has gone up exponentially since then. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true.
And the Social Security, the people that are 150 years old and still getting paid, ain't that something, right? Yeah, boy.
Yeah, as I said earlier, my question is, who the hell is cashing those checks? Where is that money going? I mean, all these people, surely they don't have, like surviving family members that are just month after month cashing these checks. Yes, somewhere out there, there's an organized group, as they're saying, organized crime ring that have kind of circumvented, and those payments are now going to them. Yeah, maybe Doge will get to the bottom of it. I sure hope they do. Meanwhile, Florida police arresting a truck driver following him at a hit-and-run crash that left a car partially submerged in a canal Monday morning. About 9 o'clock yesterday, Martin County, Florida. According to the sheriff's office, the semi-driver changed lanes, struck a car occupied by a woman and her 3-year-old child. That collision caused the car to leave the highway, crash into a nearby canal. She was able to escape with her child, making it to the bank. Both hospitalized with minor injuries. The truck driver, 69-year-old Alton Winters of Florida, they say slowed down briefly but then drove off to a local produce company. When authorities caught up with him, he said he had to make his delivery on time.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is offering to send in British peacekeeping troops if a deal is reached to end the war in Ukraine.
The announcement comes as European leaders hold emergency summit meetings hosted by French President Macron in Paris, having been left out of upcoming talks with Russia and Saudi Arabia by the Trump administration.
Correspondent Simon Gatan there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the discussions are preliminary and that Ukraine and Europe would be included in possible later negotiations. The IRS is reportedly set to lay off thousands of employees as soon as this week. This would come at the busiest time of the year for the tax collecting agency. Multiple media outlets cite sources saying the IRS will be letting go of probationary workers as part of the Trump administration's efforts to reduce the federal government workforce. This comes as multiple reports say Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is looking to gain access to the IRS taxpayer data system. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hello to the booze traveler.
who says, "Hey, Steve, how are you tonight?" All right, we're doing well. Thank you very much. Captain Spaulding says, I'm wondering if Jeffrey Epstein didn't have a hand in developing this scam in Washington. Yeah, who knows? Meanwhile, we get back. Knucklebuster on board here. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm just kind of like you there. I'm just kind of curious. How many of them representatives and senators and deep state employees are going to get caught with their hand in the cookie jar on that Social Security scam, you know? But we'll wait and see what happens there. I want to applaud I member Grump for calling in this morning, giving us his opinion, and that union driver Brain Dead for giving us his. I don't have a problem with the E-Log, Steve. But the problem I have is with these bad driving habits they got out here. If you're driving 25 miles an hour, you're just an accident waiting to happen. The minimum speed limit on the interstate is 45. If you can't do 45 miles an hour, you're supposed to get off. And then they've got a lot of drivers don't even understand what a 3-second rule is. You get within 3 seconds of somebody, get over in the left-hand lane and pass them there. That's the way it's supposed to be, right?
That's the way it's supposed to be. But that's not the way it is. It ain't the way it is.
Yeah, it don't. That's right. Well, I didn't know he was a certified veteran pilot there and knew how to land one of them airplanes there. He could actually determine that from just watching the video there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Megan Kelly is the one I saw about the X account for Elon Musk, the Harry Balls, and it's HARRY BOLLZ is how he's got it spelled there. And she kept laughing, and I stand with Harry Balls. So I don't know what she saw funny in it, but anyway, it was pretty hilarious when I was watching. Elon's got top security clearance and classification now.
Yes,
he can go in there and see anything. Yep. So,
I mean, he's built.
I bet them other people.
He's building the rockets for NASA, for the space agency.
Yep. So he can see just about anything that he wanted to. And then I saw an article on the Outkick there. Old Danica Patrick gives Anthony Fauci a taste of his own medicine there. She gave him pure hell on that thing, Steve. But, so anyway, this high school team over in Western North Carolina, it's a carpentry class. They went to building tiny homes for Hurricane Helene survivors over there, Steve. I thought that was pretty good. That was one of them feel-good stories. Did you get a chance to read that email I sent you last night on expanding?
Yes. Yeah, I've got it. I actually printed it up. I've got it sitting over here. Hadn't got around to talking about it yet, but that was fascinating.
Yeah, well, your phone line's been more busier than a pair of jumper cables at a redneck funeral or wedding there, right?
It's been a busy morning. I mean, what a difference a day can make. You can't buy a call one night and you got busy lines the next. I'd rather they be busy.
Yeah, me too. Anyway, I'll just let you talk about that when you get around to it there.
Yep.
Vanna White would look excellent in one of your T-shirts. See, your name would definitely be sticking straight out, especially if she left her left her headlights on there. And all I'm gonna say on the baseball season is go Cards. And since I need to get all this in now because I probably won't get that long list there. Y'all buy some Stabile products. Make sure you got some Hot Shot Secret Anti-Gel in your truck. You better get it in there because cold is coming. Buy some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. And I'm going to give a big old simplified shout-out to Truck and Field. And I'll give one to Grump and Brain Dead both. And, well, I ain't heard Monkey Gouger in there yet. Is he going to call in this week?
That's what he told me there Friday evening. That he, it was Thursday night, Friday morning. He said Tuesday. I don't know if he meant Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, but he said he'd check in this week.
Well, that's good. Well, we'll give him till Saturday morning to get in there, right?
That's right.
All right, Mr. Steve Summers, been a great show going. Keep it going on, brother, and y'all truck them safe out there, especially up there in that frozen tundra.
All right there. Knucklebuster, thank you so much. It's 844-844-3388. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, I have to concur with the Buckle Muster there that it's been a busy morning there. A couple times I've tried to get in there. And I don't know, did anybody else did you have any reports of problems people using the Android app about 1 o'clock at all? Because my Android app there, it kind of just shut off working. And so I opened up the YouTube and everything played fine on YouTube, but I didn't have no playing out of that, but the Android's back working now, so I don't know what the issue was. Electronic devices,
Right.
But,
yep. I hadn't heard anything otherwise.
Anyways,
no. Mm-mm.
Anyway, so we got around it though. But yeah, you're popped up on YouTube and you were right there. So I don't know. I guess because they got notification and everything for you. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of heard that 3-second rule there. That was for like when you're driving an automobile. I think you want to add a second or two there, maybe for 80,000 pounds or more going down the highway. I don't know. Maybe you don't want to quite be following quite that close, but yeah, I definitely have to disagree with what I heard Eagle say there. People were sitting in line there, 100 of them in line, all at 15, 20, 25 miles an hour. There ain't no way I'm sitting in that line. I'll definitely step over to the left lane and drive into fresh new snow, because I'd much rather be in the snow than a lot of packed down crap. That a lot of that's already slippery, even though it looks like dry roads. You know what black ice is, right?
Oh yeah,
so,
yeah, sure.
Yeah, a lot of times you're on that. You're not on what you think is dry road. So I'd much rather be driving in snow, especially if it's been untreated. And speaking of that, what the hell is going on? I get home at 8 o'clock yesterday morning, and my wife tells me there ain't no snow going to happen Wednesday night into Thursday. What the hell? Where did it all go? I'm just that now. I watched the Baltimore news there at 6 o'clock last night, and they're saying we might get a flurry, a dusting to a flurry, and all the snow's going south, and Norfolk, Virginia is going to get a foot. And it's going to be down there in the Carolinas and southern Virginia and go straight out into the ocean. And the only thing we might get is the remnants of what's coming out of Illinois and Michigan. And there might be a few flurries left over.
Yeah.
What's going on? Where did our snow go, Your Honor?
24 hours ago, we were in the zone where we're looking at 3, 4, or 5 inches. At this point, there's not even a winter weather advice. Everything kind of shifted further south. It looks, Kentucky's going to get hammered, northern Tennessee. Now, your winter storm watches are now for the eastern half of North Carolina, eastern Virginia, and just the southernmost portions of southern Maryland and maybe southern Delaware.
Yeah. So I guess whatever that possible steering wind was to possibly make it a nor'easter must have totally gone away, because it looks like it's going right straight out into the ocean at this point. But so since we can see all that, and as I say, my wife told me that at 8 o'clock yesterday morning, can we have President Trump send Elon Musk up here and his Doge department and maybe look at Maryland? And I don't know, maybe Trump can just come up here and fire everybody in the complete Maryland government all the way down to, I think, like county dog catcher or something.
Yeah.
Can we get rid of all of them? Because these clowns are out here. They're pre-treating the highways, Your Honor. They're pouring brine down like we're going to get 3 feet of snow. It's unreal. I mean, who? And there's salt trucks sitting there. There's salt trucks and plows sitting out there waiting for the storm to show up. Who authorized this? I don't. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, as far east as you are, I mean, I think they may be contemplating the storm track could still shift a little further north.
I don't know. It sure wasn't looking like it on the 6 o'clock news last night. That's all I have to say. I can only go by what my local guy did. But
well, like I said last evening, we were in the zone for I think we were right on the borderline from 3 to 6 to the south, 2 to 4 for our area, and now we're maybe looking for some flurries.
Yeah, I know, and that's exactly where we went. We went from a foot to nothing. But anyway, so I came across one video there. Kind of, I don't know. I only try to watch a few of them. I don't like getting too sucked into watching the reels and that, and I don't. I've never. I got away from the TikTok thing after one listener got me sucked into that, and we eliminated that from the phone altogether because we just don't trust the Chinese and whatever all that crap was about. So, and there just ends up being a lot of fake stuff I found on TikTok. So don't quite trust a lot of things you see there. But anyways, one was from a news source there that kind of showed the plane as it came in for the landing up there, the Delta flight when it came in for the landing up there in Toronto, and showed it come down really hard. And it looked like it was hard enough that either the landing gear wasn't out right or the landing gear collapsed and it went right to the belly. You know, the belly went right to the ground on the initial landing. So it was pretty substantial, whatever it did for the impact with the ground when it came down. So anyways, they were talking. I'm not sure if it was your news or I heard it's on probably more than likely your news, was saying that whatever the manufacturer is of that aircraft has actually been flying for 20 years and has never had a fatality with all the accidents, with the accidents it's been involved in. What is the manufacturer? I wasn't able to catch the name of the manufacturer of that aircraft.
I mean, it was a Bombardier, but yeah, the manufacturer, I had that in the earlier story. Something I had never heard of, but yeah, they cited 100 incidents, but never a fatality.
That's pretty amazing that you can have that type of record. And I guess they had the idea there, kind of like what the racing industry does. When you have the impact, you want to shed things off to lessen the energy, and as they say, if the wings fall off, then the wings aren't tearing up the fuselage and keeping it intact to actually keep the people inside safer. So it looks like it's pretty good design. Maybe a few of these other aircraft builders ought to start looking into some things, since we know of one manufacturer that might possibly need a little update in what they do. But I don't know. I'm not saying any names, but anyway, other than that, that's about all we got going for you. I don't know. We're holding in the mid-20s, and that's about all they've been predicting for the rest of the week for us. For lows, there is down around 20, maybe into the teens, but overnight lows aren't supposed to go further down than that. So you guys can keep that single digit stuff out there. I don't know what's up with the 51st state. Maybe we need to make them the 51st state to make them more nice to us down here. How would that be?
There you go.
Anyway, all right, Your Honor.
All right, Horse Feathers. Well, safe travels there, and we'll see 24 hours from now if your forecast has changed once again. We did see a shift further to the south. Yeah, but Kentucky's they're making preparations to get hammered after the flooding rain Saturday into Sunday, and now 4 to 6 to 8 inches of snowfall going to come piling in on them. What a mess. It is 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All righty, about 9 before the hour. And we get back to Dan this Tuesday morning. What's happening, Dan?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Steve. I was thinking about with this Social Security. I could see how somebody could pull the scam, I guess, if it goes direct deposit and they've got a debit card and someone gets their hands on the debit card and the money just keeps going in there. But where's the checks and balances?
Right.
Like, you'd have to file a tax return, and you know what I'm saying? I don't think anybody would file the tax return. Maybe they would and forge the deceased signature. I had no idea it was as prevalent as it is, as widespread, the numbers. I heard that it was 12 million people, correct me if I'm wrong, who are showing over the age of 120 years old.
Correct. That is correct.
Social Security.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's just absolutely shocking. And, of course, I got PO'd at Fox News, the so-called conservative commentator on the Brett Baer show, on the panel. This guy that worked for Clinton starts saying something about, this benefits loss. Instead of him coming back and saying about that statistic that Brett Baer read off, he just said, well, they better slow down what they're doing. He sounded, he was from Town Hall, kind of one of their regular contributors. But, no, I mean, I would think that, there is no requirement that you report a death. Right?
I thought that if they're drawing Social Security, you're supposed to send a copy of the.
Who has to? Yeah, but whose responsibility would that be?
I see, like when my stepdad passed away a couple of years ago, my mom, she had to send a death certificate so she could draw. He was eligible for more than she would have been, and I think she was able to use his larger SS monthly but she had to send a copy of the death certificate.
Right, but I mean, in this particular case, where they're committing fraud, they just let the check keep going in the bank, and they've got it. The other thing, I mean, then I thought, well, you have to file a tax return.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you make $10,000 or $12,000, you got to file a return. So, you know, there's the government. I mean, nothing surprises me with such an inept government, and quite frankly, corrupt. So I thought maybe there'd be what they ought to do is once you're over, let's say once you draw the first 10 years, then you recertify with a notarized statement that you are alive and so forth. And then after, in other words, once you get to 80 and then 80, then you go 5-year increments to make sure the person's still alive. Because I don't know. I mean, quite frankly, Steve, I know cases of people who died. Now, they discontinued Social Security. I'm sure that happened. But they were buried what they call a green burial, which is buried in a blanket in a plot. I don't know if there was a death certificate issued, you know. I mean, it's just so strange that this would go on and they wouldn't question it. And the thing that amazes me about Doge is how quickly they're uncovering this. You know? I mean, no wonder Trump fired the inspector generals. I mean, we're a little over a month. We're not even an actual month in. And they've discovered this that quickly?
Right.
I mean, what have these people been doing? I mean, they said nothing surprised. This did surprise me. The 12 million people over age 120 years old. That person you had call in from Thailand said he had to verify something, but in this country, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why they don't require that you certify that you're still alive. I mean, how they'll ever unravel it and prosecute the people who've been, like you said, you want to know who's been spending that money. You know, one thing for your mom to get an enhanced benefit that she's entitled to,
mm-hmm.
but it's another thing for just, if your mom had just said, well, I'll just let the ball keep rolling. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Let him continue to get his check and she get hers. Right. You get a double dip thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Double. I mean, that's fraud. But I mean, the woman did what she was supposed to do. She informed him of his death and got the enhanced benefit. And I agree with that. But just to sit there and let that money go like that. And is that true? There are checks going out with no payee name inserted in them?
And that's some of this stuff I question how much of this may end up being rolled back a bit when we find out. Yeah, but you might have all these millions of SS numbers that are active, but are they receiving checks? Are they direct deposits? There's a lot of unanswered questions right now, but I guess we will be finding out in the coming days. How bad is it going to be?
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. One person was injured and 2 people are dead, including the suspect, after a shooting in rural Virginia. Albemarle County Police say the shooting happened this afternoon outside of a Harris Teeter grocery store in the town of Crozet. Captain Daryl Byers spoke with WCAV.
There was a shooting that occurred this morning in the parking lot. We do know that 2 people are deceased and one was rushed to the hospital. That person is in critical condition. We are continuing to investigate this situation with our partners from the Virginia State Police, and we are hopeful to have some additional information later on.
A Good Samaritan is credited with using their own weapon to bring down the suspect. Crozet is around 15 miles west of Charlottesville. The U.S. is going to hold talks with Russia tomorrow over ending the war with Ukraine.
Today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio arrived in Saudi Arabia to meet the Russian side. On Sunday, President Trump said he'll be joining the process soon, meeting directly with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Richard Engel with that report. U.S. officials say Rubio will be joined by National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. Ukraine will not take part in this week's talks. Over the weekend, Rubio spoke to Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, where he reportedly reaffirmed President Trump's commitment to finding an end to the conflict in Ukraine. Mexico's president says the Gulf of America name in Google Maps is an inaccurate designation and is threatening to sue the company.
President Trump signed an executive order last week changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said what Google is doing here is changing the name of the continental shelf of Mexico and Cuba, which has nothing to do with Trump's decree that only applied to the U.S. The new name change happened last week and can be seen by U.S. users while the rest of the world will see both names. Google said it's been a long-standing practice of applying name changes when they've been updated in official government sources. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Former New York Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo released a campaign-like video which seems to suggest he's strongly considering a run for New York City mayor.
Cuomo's video shows him talking to New Yorkers about safety. Meanwhile, on the Republican side, former mayoral candidate Curtis Sliwa announced he's running for mayor again, saying he's doing it for the victims of crime, violence, housing insecurity, and homelessness who have been ignored. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Pope Francis is set to remain in the hospital as doctors change his treatment for a respiratory tract infection to deal with a complex clinical situation.
That's according to the Vatican, which said the Pope will remain in the hospital for as long as needed. In a statement, the Vatican said test results have shown a polymicrobial infection that has led to further changes in the Pope's therapy. In a new biography, the Pope hints that unlike his predecessor, Pope Benedict, he has no plans of stepping down.
The reality is, quite simply, that I'm old. The church is governed using the head and the heart, not the legs.
The 88-year-old was admitted to the hospital hospital on Friday after dealing with a respiratory infection for over a week. I'm Michael Kastner.
No trading on Wall Street today in observance of President's Day, but major economic reports will be out this week.
Things get rolling on Tuesday with the release of the Home Builder Confidence Index. Minutes from the Federal Reserve's January meeting follow on Wednesday, along with housing starts and building permits. Weekly jobless claims will be out on Thursday, and the week winds up with existing home sales data and consumer sentiment on Friday. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, get our final hour off and rolling here. Yeah, obviously a lot of the information, based on what Elon had posted via X yesterday, he's looking at the sheer number of unique Social Security numbers that are in the database. There are tens of thousands, if not millions, individuals who would be deceased. Numbers, obviously, that should not... why are they still in the database? How many of them, question mark, right now, because we don't know, how many of them are actually receiving benefits? How many may be victims of identity theft? There's a big market for that. New York Post kind of broke it down this past day after Elon had texted, this could be the biggest fraud in history. More than 20 million people that are on the Social Security database that's over the age of 100 years old. Now, according to the Social Security database, these are the numbers of people in each age bucket with their so-called death field set to false. We shared the numbers earlier. There's a chart of ages ranging from 0 to 369. Now, they did say this has long been known by the Social Security Administration watchdog. Their latest audit released in July of 2023, showing that 18.9 million people listed as 100 years or older, but not dead, were in the database. Now, how many of those are they receiving? Now, they said at the time, only 86,000 people living in the U.S. were actual centenarians, or 100 years old or more. So 86,000 out of 18.9 million in their database. Observers believe Musk is maybe pulling from a Social Security list known as Numident, which supposedly includes every number handed out since the benefits program started in 1936. Now, the same Inspector General's office found a March all the way back 2015 audit. So we're going back, 10 years. That's 6.5 million with Social Security numbers, but no death information, were over 112 years old. In both audits, the inspectors general said that almost none, quote, almost none were actually cashing Social Security checks, despite the glaring accounting errors identified. People born in 1886 and 1893 listed as still living. All right, roughly 18.4 million that were uncovered in the 2023 audit had not received benefits or reported income for 50 years, meaning they were likely dead. Now, we believe it is likely the Social Security Administration did not receive or record most of the 18.9 million individuals' death information, primarily because they died decades ago before the use of electronic reporting. Now, at the time, that report said about 44,000 were actually receiving benefits. 13 of which were supposedly older than 112. The oldest living man in the world, a 112-year-old self-taught musician, coal miner, and gym running aficionado from Western New York, had died months after that first audit began. But the audits, however, did reveal about 531 million unique Social Security numbers are in circulation, and thousands may be in use to commit identity fraud. What is the population here in the U.S. now? What are we, 330 million, something like that? So are we talking as many as 200 million SS numbers in the database, which would be people that do not exist? That's what it sounds like to me. Now, in 2015, the audit showed about $3.1 billion in earnings being reported by employers or self-employed individuals who were not the actual Social Security number holder. According to the Cato Institute, he said Musk's tweet, by noting that a lot of Social Security numbers for people older than age 100 were maybe illegal immigrants paying in, not necessarily fraudulent recipients taking out. Okay, so the Cato Institute, what side are they on? By all means, clean up SSA and mark these people as deceased. Yeah, but the cost of doing so is less revenue going into Social Security. Maybe that's fine. SS should be shut down anyway. Now, this past morning, he said migrants were stealing identities of people who were deceased but not marked in the Social Security system. Many of them make use of a thriving black market for both identity theft and identity loans, the latter of which can be obtained with just an ID and Social Security number to be able to work in the U.S. So the black market, lots more questions than answers anyway. How many millions, or is it billions? That's what I guess maybe just the tip of the iceberg based on what Elon in the first few days has found. But Dan, you're correct. How in the hell is it in the first month of the new administration they can be finding this much fraud? And who's leading the Social Security Administration? Why do they not clear out their databases? It's almost like some of these, many of the Democrat-run states who have more registered voters on their rolls than people that actually live in the state. They want to fight the system when they say
You need to clear out your electoral, your election rolls. If you've got people on the list who are no longer alive, someone can fictitiously vote for them, especially when states mail out absentee ballots to everyone that's on the voter registration rolls. It's kind of the same thing. All this should have been done a long time ago, right? All right, let me see here. Vic, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I'll get back to that Social Security thing in a minute. But they're picking on one of a South African immigrant, primarily Elon Musk, because that's where he actually came from. And it's interesting, and they're using a lot of the Democrats are using a lot of disinformation. And I had to, back when we got all that COVID stuff, you got those stimulus checks in the mail and all that. Well, I didn't get a couple of them, but I got a thing from IRS saying that I had to pay taxes on them.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to contact Senator Braun, now Governor Braun, and he said before he could look into anything that related to my finances and government money, I had to sign a privacy release. So them saying that Elon Musk can just go in willy-nilly, and get all this information is an outright lie, or those senators and representatives are sadly misinformed. The other thing is, you were talking about the Social Security thing. When Senator Dan Coats was a senator, he was upset because IRS was telling these people, in order, if they had paid money in, or one of the earned income credit, to just borrow a Social Security number. And so IRS was behind a lot of these people coming up with these Social Security numbers. And usually it was among elderly people. And then Dan Coats, he was made Director of National Intelligence in the first Trump administration. And he just kind of dropped the ball on that, and I didn't hear very much more about it. But the IRS was a big part of that, encouraging people to borrow, as they said, Social Security numbers because they wanted to tax the income. Well, the problem with that was a lot of those people were getting the earned income credit. And so they were also, you have to have a Social Security number if you have a dependent to get the earned income credit. So there was a lot of people playing that trick, and I should say people that were pretty much illegal immigrants here. And the Social Security numbers, that has a code. I don't know what it is. You can look it up on the internet or something, and it'll tell you what state you were born in, the date of your birth, and there's something else. So Social Security has known for a long time when, and that might be what Elon Musk was looking at. So he might have been looking at that whole database, and that's where he come up with it, with all those different numbers. I don't know. But for Social Security to say, well, we didn't know this or that, that has to be an outright lie, just call it what it is. Because if they don't know, I can't believe that they don't know their own code. So the Social Security numbers will tell you a person's state that they were born in and their age, and I forget what the other one is. But anyway, the age right now is the big thing that we were talking about. And the other thing is, all of these companies don't want to use E-Verify, which that would also tell them different things. And at one time, the cheapest place to get a Social Security number was Nashville, Tennessee. And there were people that would go to a job, they'd have to have a Social Security number, and they were paying money for these Social Security numbers. And I was familiar with one person that they were upset that this person whom they were living with had went to 2 or 3 different jobs, and they had to pay $100 for a Social Security number, and they were upset that they were all bad or they got turned down or something. I don't know what it was, but I really didn't feel too much sorry for him. But that's just kind of the stuff that's going on out there. I mean, and with Trump, I don't know why he went off on all these tangents, like Gulf of Mexico became Gulf of America. First thing I thought was, man, what are they going to do with all these leases? There's a lot of oil leases down there in the Gulf.
Right.
And, so there's going to have to be a world of legal work done. And why in the world he picked this fight? I have no idea. And that's like the MS-13. It's a Spanish word for forever, Salvador. And we have a big problem with them in this country. And it really surprised me that he said he was going to send them to Salvador, some of the immigrants down there. So anyway, the big thing is that Elon's got a heck of a big job in front of him. And just in case anybody's interested, and the Democrats are always talking about how we need immigrants. He's the kind of immigrants we need. We don't need the gangsters. And with that, I'll let you go.
All right. Now, I thought I could have swore I printed up, but you're hearing all this outrage about immigration and customs enforcement. Think about it, going into the big cities. ICE coming into the heart of Chicago, into the heart of Aurora, Colorado, Los Angeles, New York City. Well, here 6-8 months ago, and for years and years, they tried to tell us that these individuals coming into the country, they're the ones out there picking the avocados and picking the grapes and working the fields, doing all the jobs that Americans would not do. Well, last I checked, we don't have thousands of acres of farmland in the heart of all of our big cities. This is the criminal element, more along the line of the gang members, the drug dealers that are living in the inner cities. They're not picking fruits and vegetables in downtown Chicago. So why is the leadership there trying to prevent ICE from coming in to do their job? Their whole narrative is that we're not going to have the food supply if you arrest all these individuals. That's an outright lie. Anybody think about that? We'll be back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Yeah, the Knucklebuster had forwarded a Fox News story from yesterday where DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, said they'd discovered an identification code that links U.S. Treasury payments to a budget line item that accounts for nearly $4.7 trillion in payments. That's with a T, folks, trillion. That's oftentimes left blank. Oh, that's a TAS code. The Treasury Access Symbol is an identification code linking a Treasury payment to a budget line item. That's a standard financial process. In the federal government, the TAS field was optional for $4.7 trillion in payments and was often left blank, which means traceability is almost impossible. Where's the money going? As of last Saturday, this is now a required field, which will increase insight into where the money's actually going. The agency thanked the U.S. Treasury for their work in identifying the optional field. According to the Bureau of Fiscal Service, which is under the Treasury, TAS codes are used to describe any one of the account identification codes assigned by the Treasury, which is also referred to as the account. All financial transactions made by the federal government are classified by TAS when reporting to the Treasury and Office of Management and Budget. So if it's left blank, there is no TAS code. A check goes out or a direct payment goes out to some sort of a bank account, and who knows where the hell it's going. That discovery, announced on the same day the DOGE appeared to have populated the doge.gov savings page, which as of this past evening said the total estimated savings since the establishment of the department is now at about $55 billion, a combination of fraud detection, deletion, contract or lease cancellations, contract or lease renegotiations, some asset sales. They had federal buildings that I guess owned by the federal government not being used for anything, along with grant cancellations, workforce reductions, regulatory savings. The update said we are working to upload all of this data in a digestible, fully transparent manner with clear assumptions consistent with applicable rules and regulations. This data right now, they say, will be updated twice per week until eventually becoming real time. So as soon as something happens, it gets entered in, and it's right there on the doge.gov savings page. All right, news break coming up. It's amazing what the difference. What was the old adage? Barack Obama said elections have consequences. My. They sure as hell do, don't they? All right, got about 30 minutes yet to go. So, Eagle, if you're hanging in there, you are on board. Coming up after the break, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388. And hello to Truck and Phil, who says, shout out to the Knucklebuster. We're at 5 this morning, only warm into 17 in Fort Wayne. We'll see what the weather does tomorrow night into Thursday morning and what's going on the rest of the week. But get her done. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is offering to send in British peacekeeping troops if a deal is reached to end the war in Ukraine.
The announcement comes as European leaders hold emergency summit meetings hosted by French President Macron in Paris, having been left out of upcoming talks with Russia and Saudi Arabia by the Trump administration.
Correspondent Simon Gatan there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the discussions are preliminary and that Ukraine and Europe would be included in possible later negotiations. The IRS is reportedly set to lay off thousands of employees as soon as this week. This would come at the busiest time of the year for the tax collecting agency. Multiple media outlets cite sources saying the IRS will be letting go of probationary workers as part of the Trump administration's efforts to reduce the federal government workforce. This comes as multiple reports say Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is looking to gain access to the IRS taxpayer data system. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to 5-7. Did we say hi to 5-7 earlier? I think we did. Rick in Columbus. How we doing, Rick? Rick says, drain the swamp, baby. Hello to the Ice Cream Man. Stopping by for a minute. Good to have you on board. Let's see if Eagle's hanging in there. Welcome back, Eagle. Oh, I do believe it's kind of what I thought. He'd been there a bit. Can't blame you. Got to get some rest there, Eagle. All right, that gives me an opportunity to go over to some of the other industry headlines. All right, topping the list, the Environmental Protection Agency has begun the process of reversing the Advanced Clean Trucks and 2 other California vehicle emission rules, using a method that could make it more difficult in the future to reinstate. On Friday, last Friday, Valentine's Day, the EPA announced that they're sending Congress 3 rules issued during the Biden administration granting California a waiver. One was for Advanced Clean Cars 2, Advanced Clean Trucks, and the heavy-duty omnibus regulation. Using the Congressional Review Act, Congress will review the rules, could strike them down with a simple majority vote. Now, President Trump's current approach to reversing California's vehicle emission rules differs from the approach taken during his first term. In 2019, Trump's EPA simply revoked the waiver for Advanced Clean Cars, marking the first time one of California's waivers was stripped away. That sparked a legal challenge that was rendered moot after Joe Biden reinstated the waiver when he assumed office. Now, this time around, Trump's EPA is using the Congressional Review Act to undo Advanced Clean Trucks and the other rules. The Congressional Review Act requires agencies to submit major rules to Congress for review. Congress has 60 days from when a rule goes into effect to pass a joint resolution of disapproval invalidating a rule. Although the Advanced Clean Cars 2 and the omnibus rule waivers just barely fall within that 60-day window, Advanced Clean Trucks was given the green light in March of 23. However, the Trump administration is taking advantage of a loophole in the Congressional Review Act to put Advanced Clean Trucks on the chopping block. When the EPA granted the waiver for Advanced Clean Trucks, they did not submit the rule to Congress for review. In its official decision, the EPA concluded the Congressional Review Act does not apply because this action is not a rule for purposes of the code, 5 U.S.C. 804, Section 3. Per the Congressional Review Act, a rule goes into effect when Congress receives it for review or when published in the Federal Register, whichever is later. By finding that Advanced Clean Trucks should have been submitted to Congress, the EPA can decide to do exactly that.
effectively restarting that 60-day clock. The Biden administration failed to send rules on California's waivers to Congress, thus preventing members of Congress from deciding on extremely consequential actions that have massive impacts on the costs across the entire country. The Trump EPA is transparently correcting this wrong and rightly following the rule of law. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin issuing a statement. The American people are struggling to make ends meet while dealing with rules that take away their ability to choose a safe and affordable vehicle for their families. As an agency, we are accountable to Congress, but most importantly, we must be accountable to the people. If there's enough votes in Congress to reverse waivers for advanced clean trucks, a new administration could not reinstate it like the Biden administration did with advanced clean cars. Once a rule is struck down through the Congressional Review Act, an agency cannot establish the same rule or a similar one. Reviving a rule voted down by Congress would require legislation approved by Congress instead of the rulemaking process. Now, how is the trucking industry reacting? Trucking stakeholders applauding the EPA's move to roll back advanced clean trucks. There had been pleas to delay implementation of that rule in 5 states. OOIDA said they appreciate the EPA's efforts to protect small business truckers across the country from California's regulatory encroachments. Setting national policy is the responsibility of Congress, not California. It's no wonder small business truckers have left that state in droves to find better opportunities elsewhere. Now, for OOIDA members, vehicle reliability and affordability are critical. So far, there is no convincing evidence that electric commercial vehicles are a viable option for small business truckers. Given the high costs, the lack of a charging infrastructure, also CARB's overreaching omnibus and OX rules have raised prices on new vehicles and increased maintenance costs for the trucks already on the road. Trucking associations from Massachusetts, Executive Director Kevin Weeks said they look forward to working with state regulators to find some practical solutions to minimize emissions and promote a cleaner, safer environment in the Commonwealth. Massachusetts was one of those states that began the advanced clean trucks rules this year, just here a little over a month ago. The Washington Trucking Association president said revoking the waiver would significantly benefit medium and heavy-duty trucks, which we would welcome. This fragmented multi-state approach, which we currently have, will not address the industry's long-term decarbonization challenges and will continue to hamper progress. That and excluding near-zero emission technologies as prescribed by CARB will impede short-term efforts to reduce diesel emissions. This situation is uncertain due to the unpredictable state leadership, their response and possible lengthy litigation over the revocation of a rule. The American Trucking Associations also commended the EPA's move to send the advanced clean trucks to Congress for review. ATA President Chris Spears said, "This is not the United States of California. California should never be given the keys to set national policy and regulate America's supply chain." So kind of as anticipated, kind of going back, reversing, we'll see. Yeah, there are some in Congress even in the Republican Party. Not nearly as much as the Democrats. They're pretty much all in head over heels with the whole Green New Deal idea. Much opposition on the Republican side. I just can't help but question in my mind if there's a few in the... You've always got your Lisa Murkowski, your Susan Collins. There's a handful in there that may, have historically often sided with the Democrats on certain issues. And there may be several others in the mix as well. So that'll be one to closely follow, obviously, when it comes to the trucking sector. All right, Knucklebuster brought up early. He had shared right at the tail end of the program last year. He'd called in they're talking about expanding the college football playoff. I said, well, we just did that. We just came out of the first ever 12-team college football playoffs, right? I had no idea that this was in the mix. The report stated that last spring, during intense and at times heated negotiations over the future of the college football playoff, leaders of the Big Ten and the Southeastern Conference threatened to create their own postseason system if they were not granted a majority of college football playoff revenue and full authority over the playoff format. Had you heard any of this? In the end, executives of the 10 FBS leagues and Notre Dame signed a memorandum of understanding handing control over to college football's two richest conferences. Now, Knucklebuster said, and I think he's correct, you notice the majority of it's all about money. There is big, big money that changes hands in college football. Soon, they are expected to exercise that control within the SEC and Big Ten. Momentum is building to further expand the playoff to, it could be 14, it could be 16 teams. Assign multiple automatic qualifiers per league, as many as 4 each for themselves. Again, that's the Big Ten and SEC. And finalize a scheduling arrangement that may fetch millions in additional revenue from television partners, according to sources speaking to Yahoo Sports, where this story came from. The playoff format change would clear the way for SEC administrators to finally make the long-discussed move to play 9 regular season conference games, and would trigger perhaps all 4 power leagues to overhaul their conference championship weekend. Those ideas and concepts previously reported as possibilities are now serious agenda items within the highest governing bodies of the SEC, the Big Ten, the Big 12, and the ACC. According to officials from each of those leagues, the 11 members of the College Football Playoff Management Committee, the 10 FBS conference commissioners, as well as Notre Dame's athletic director, were contacted for the story, many of them confirming the existence of these ideas but declining any specific comment. Final decisions are expected, they say, in the coming weeks. Now, it looks like the SEC and Big Ten athletic directors will be meeting essentially tomorrow, Wednesday of this week, in New Orleans for the second time in the last 5 months. Big 12 athletic directors are expected to discuss the future playoff format at meetings this week. ACC athletic director, as well as their presidents, met last week in Charlotte, North Carolina. The College Football Playoff Management Committee is scheduled to meet on February 25th in Dallas, where the SEC and the Big Ten could present ideas for this future format. A consensus recommendation the two leagues may establish
when they meet Wednesday in New Orleans this week. Big developments. This was a rather lengthy article from Yahoo Sports. They broke down all the data and the revenue. A 14-team model aligns mostly with conference strength over the last 11 years of the college football playoff's existence. Since the 2014 playoff, the SEC has had 52 teams ranked inside the top 14 of the football playoff rankings heading into conference championship weekend, or about 4.7 teams per year. The Big Ten has had 51 teams, 4.6 per year. The Big 12 is next at 2.1 teams per year, followed by the ACC at 1.8 and Notre Dame 0.45. So trying to put this all together, but I don't know. Money, money, money. There's big money, as I said, college football. I forwarded the link to that from Yahoo Sports to Big Ed, and I said, what the hell? Thought maybe he could give us a breakdown. I don't know if he's had a chance to go through that, because it's probably a 15-minute read to go through that story from Yahoo Sports. All right, back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Okay, we're going to wind things down on the southern border here. This, again, could get very interesting. I've said several times in recent weeks, we could be anticipating much violence on the southern border because
what we saw in recent days is actually the Mexican government responding to this news with threats. The border czar, Tom Homan, discussing some of the recent cartel threats against our Border Patrol agents and U.S. military personnel, noting that he anticipates there will be violence on the border. He further indicated President Trump is preparing to both rain hell down on the cartels and wipe them off the face of the earth. The State Department is now taking steps to streamline the annihilation process. According to the New York Times, the State Department is planning to designate over 6 cartels and criminal groups with links to Latin America as foreign terrorist organizations. Numerous sources familiar with this, what they say, imminent decision, said in addition to the Tren de Aragua out of Venezuela and the MS-13, the Trump administration plans to designate 6 Mexican cartels as foreign terror organizations. The Cartel del Golfo, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, the Mexican Family, the Northeast Cartel, and the Sinaloa Cartel. Now, this would be in accordance with the executive order that Trump signed on his first day in office. These cartel activities threaten the safety of American people, the security of the United States, and the stability of the international order in the Western Hemisphere. Their activities, their proximity to and incursions into the physical territory of the U.S. pose an unacceptable national security risk. Now, Trump underscored that it is now the policy of the United States to ensure the total elimination of these organizations' presence in the United States and their ability to threaten the territory, safety, and security of the U.S. through their extraterritorial command and control structures. When a Secretary of State ultimately makes an FTO designation, foreign terrorist organization, Congress must be notified of his intent, given 7 days to review the designation. Apparently, Secretary Rubio has already done this. Unless there's a successful effort in Congress to block this designation of these groups that are responsible for mass murders, kidnappings, assassinations, trafficking deadly drugs in the homeland, notice of this designation will be published in the Federal Register. Once in effect, it will be unlawful for any person in the U.S. or subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. to knowingly provide material support or resources to the terrorist organizations. That includes financial services, lodging, identification, transportation. The Mexican government and the Soros-backed liberal think tank Brennan Center are among the radical outfits taking issue with this plan, they say. Mexican President Sheinbaum threatened to expand her lawsuit against American gun manufacturers and vendors if the State Department goes through with these designations. Now, she noted specifically Mexico would introduce another allegation accusing gun makers of complicity with these terrorist organizations. Pretty big stuff, but that's where we stand as we close out a Tuesday. Thank you so much for being with us. Have a great day. Be safe out there. We'll come back at the midnight hour. I think we'll have plenty to talk about in the weather department with the bitter cold and a major snowstorm impacting hundreds or thousands of miles of real estate here in the country.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,